Hey Tim, yeah, take two. I didn't I forgot to change the title to part two. There's Dwayne Marks. So I thought maybe we would do this for a little bit, maybe get into a little bit of a baseball chin wag or something later, or maybe if Tim is fine with it, just restream one of his games. I don't know. But so it's gonna be part two of our McGreevy setup league. And so I don't know, we get into a chin wag, maybe you get to watch me type, but I'm gonna show you how to do a mass player import into out of the park baseball. But as I was messing around in here, I'm looking, and I should probably load up a league that's populated first with players that you can kind of see what's going on here in the old off-season center and stuff like that. So maybe we could have a little bit fun with that, just so you guys can see. And of course, there's the personnel for my team or my all my scouts and all that kind of stuff. And in Mike T. McGreevy League. So I was watching a bit earlier, and Baseball Maelstrom was showing a really cool, I guess, payoff pitch is coming to PC. So I got to watch a bit of what he was doing. It looks really, really cool. So if you guys haven't checked that out, Baseball Maelstrom uh, doing a demonstration. I guess it's an alpha build right now of payoff pitch for PC. So there's another game joining the fray, which is super, super cool, right? We all like that. Sorry for the rustling about there, lads. Yep. So we got Dwayne Martz, we got Tim Tribe Fan 879, Clinton Parks is here, and it's Parallel League and Shakas. And Parallel League, it's going to be your players going to be importing now, and or in a little bit. So yeah, it looks really, really cool. Field looks really, really nice. It does have manual input if you want. Um, and I think Baseball Maelstrom did a pretty good job showing off the program. So for those of you that play payoff pitch, hey Barbara, good evening, good to see you. So for anybody who plays payoff pitch, so it's all is pretty well, Barbara, and I hope all is well with you. It's great, always great to see you here. Barbara is the sanity among the craziness here, so she is the sanity. Um, But what's really nice is when you hover over players' names in this thing, the cards look really, really, really nice. They look really nice. Um, so I'm not sure like how it works as far as the seasons that you own for payoff pitch or whatever. He had like 7 or 8 seasons, like spanning from 1921 through whatever. So I'm not sure. So you're the whirlwind. That's even better, actually, Barbara. Whirlwinds are very cool. In fact, Barbara, it. No, 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 no. We got to get Barbara up here. There we go. Because if you're the whirlwind, that's it. You get the you know. Oh, and I love your avatar. That hate is not holy. You are absolutely, positively on point. It is not holy. All right. So, and everybody's saying hi to everybody. But yeah, so I don't know how that works with payoff pitch. I know it's not available yet, and it's on it's a platform called Game Pulse or something like that. I'm not quite sure. I've never heard of Game Pulse until tonight. Um, but yeah, I mean, so payoff pitch people. I know that that's a pretty popular cards and dice game, one I might look into as well, depending upon their seasons. I've heard good things about payoff pitch. So there we go. Just thought you guys might be interested in it. All right. So before I bring in these teams, I just wanted to kind of look around and here, for just some kind of playing and stuff like that. For any of you that might make your own leagues or even doing a season replay if you wanted to shake some things up or whatever. So let's go ahead and let's load a game, and we're going to load our all-time great, our Myths League. We will load that. I almost hit the delete button, which would have really sucked. And let's look around. And there's Philip. How you doing, Philip? It is great to see you. All right, look at this, man. We've got an early crowd. So let's go here and I don't know. Let's look around at some of these things. So that was an off-season center that we were looking at, which is it's pretty groovy, pretty cool. Of course, here's all your home page and stuff like that. Nice little ticker. I just thought it'd be fun since we are getting into doing the McGreevy League and stuff like that for people to kind of not be afraid to explore this great game. The king of digital baseball sims right here. Actually, let's not be sexist. Let's call it the queen of baseball sims. There we go. Jester hooked me into payoff pitch years ago. Yeah, I know that he's a big fan of it. And what piqued my interest is the fact is there was an earlier season there, 1921. So that's good. I know Robert keeps saying that inside pitch is going to be getting earlier seasons. But I yeah. So I'm kind of looking for around for some other things, and I really have to tell you, and people want to go off and watch the baseball maelstrom stream on Payoff Pitch PC. Please do. It's I'm impressed what I've seen so far. So oh, so Barbara says she is finishing her payoff pitch game now. Cool, Barbara. Who's playing? Who's playing? And I know Barbara's a big New York, well, all sports, but New York baseball fan, stuff like that. So that's good. That is good. Queen is okay. Jamie, how you doing, man? It is great to see SGJ Jamie, guys. Again, we always talk about the Sports Gaming Journal. Jamie, it's a must read. You can get it in the Discords. I believe Jamie has a Facebook group. Brilliant writing, very insightful, entertaining, uh, just incredible stuff. And I wish for a world someday. Expos and the Mets, 1986, August 3rd. All right, the 1986, of course, the world champion, 1986 Mets. There we go. Poor Expos, poor Expos. Two superb years in baseball, and yeah, you're into game 101. Wow, nice. So, Barbara, how are you doing? How are you scoring? Like, are you scoring other, or how are you doing? Like in your replay, are you doing other games that you're not managing? So, let's say it was a Yankees Red Sox game, or are you just strictly just playing through the Mets in 1986? Just curious. I always like to hear how people do their replays and stuff. If you have a moment before you roll the bones again. All right, so we got the whirlwind with us, guys. We got the whirlwind with us. So some of the things that I wanted to look at here for entrance, for just for fun, is I think people forget about the reports in this game, and there's a lot of reports that you can do, a lot of reports. So if we wanted to look at power rankings right now, there we go. There are all the clubs right now in this Myths League and where they're ranking, which is super cool. And everything is sortable. So, which is nice, which is nice. So let's do this again by points. So let me see what. Let's look at everybody's favorite teams here right now. So my Pirates are they're ranking 20th right now in the power rankings. The Cardinals sit at the top. Again, we're very early in the season, as you can see, only moving into game 9 or what have you. But you have the Pythagorean. I can't talk tonight. Never mind. Anyhow, and then their record in the season, all that kind of stuff. So lots of great stuff here. If we let's go back and look at a couple more here. So reports and info. If you wanted to list, there you go. This is every player, everybody that is in this massive league. It is crazy. So let me see. So she's only playing the 1986 of the Mets for now, and nothing wrong with that. She wants to see how her replay matches up with real life with their record. And right now, the whirlwind is telling us that her Mets are 83-17. Barbara, you missed your calling. Wow. Real life at this point in her season, they were 68-32. Yep. You definitely missed your calling. Excellent, excellent. All right. So these are just things that I really, really encourage you to kind of just kind of look through. Okay. Let's take out. There shouldn't. Well, I don't. There might be free agents. Let's see what our free agents look, because there's a lot of players here that are not signed. So yeah. So Parallel League says he went to a lot of Mets games at Shea Stadium in 2000. All right. I want to look at a couple more things here. Let's just look at our let's see who we got here. Let's look at free agents here and see. So yeah, we just have these guys, and I was just showing somebody when we were doing single player import. I believe it was God, Larry in Louisiana. I think it was how to import players. But now we're going to do a mass import of players, and we're going to go back to our McGreevy League to do that. So Barbara loves the Mets, and she loves doing play-by-plays. Nice. Yeah, it's funny that you mention that, because there's a lot of, I mean, Red Sox fans dominate this, or for the longest time did dominate this community. So the fact that you're the only one in here right now is interesting. Is interesting. All right, let's go back and let's go ahead and load up the McGreevy League, the Michael T. McGreevy League. And let's load it up. Boom. And we're going to do this mass player import. So I want to show you what these actually look like, because before I was kind of abstracting and talking about the baseball reference rule and things like that. So here is what Parallel League Shackus, here's what or here's the Louisville team right now. I forget if this is you or your friend, forgive me. But if you can see right here, let me make this a little larger so you guys can see. This is actually what you would do. Okay. So there's Walter Johnson, 1913, and then at LOU is just the team designator for Louisville. So everybody's in here. I had to make one correction for you, Parallel League, and that was for Yip Owens. He didn't play in 1904. I think the year you won it was 1914, so that's the one I put in, because I'm like, wait, why isn't this coming up? And I do check these in Baseball Reference. The other thing that I didn't realize that Baseball Reference does is it pays attention to diacritics. So Tip O'Neill, for instance, I did have to put the apostrophe in there. So if you're ever doing something like this on your own, and a name has a diacritic in it, and you're usually going to see that. It's just going to be like for the Irish names. While I realize that Hispanic names have the tilde and what have you, and you're going to have graves, umlauts, and stuff like that. Really, what I've seen thus far in Baseball Reference is just using just this diacritic mark. But that was a good little learning experience for me. So looking at Parallel League's team, I think he's been holding out on us a little bit here, because of the wonderful things he does. There's a lot of 19th century players on here. I was really, really surprised. So, yeah, I mean, like, here's George Bradley from 1876. There's Tip O'Neill from 1887. Bill Joyce, 1884. Pete Browning from 1887. And it's fitting that he's on the Louisville team, by the way. Wee Willie Keeler, no surprise there, of course. But it was really, really cool as I was putting this list together. It's like, wow, that's a lot. It's a lot of 19th century players. So good stuff. So Louisville's your friend. Okay. So your friend knows a lot about 19th century baseball, I can see. So there we go. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and minimize this. All right. So when you're bringing teams in, you go to, so whatever the league is, and this is MTM because it's Michael T. McGreevy. Okay, and then you just go to the transaction screen. Okay, so you'll see there's nobody here. If we go, in fact, let's go to the Hammers home team. This, which is will be my team. And if we go to the Louisville team, there we are, the River Pilots. And if we meet the team, well, there's nobody to meet. There's just nobody to meet. There's no lineups. There's no anybody. There's nothing. Okay, so back to transactions. Okay, and then what we're going to do is go actions, import historical players. Again, you want to make sure that the historical underbar database.odb is selected. Right, this is the big hunkin' database. All right, so we're going to confirm, and then we come to this screen. Now, I already showed you in part one how to import just individual players. Okay, and pretty simple. Baseball reference ID. They call it historical player ID, but it is baseball reference. And then the season that you want, and then boom. But we are going to do something a little bit better. So we're going to click here and select this file. So boom, we're going to do this. And I've got to go, let's go to drives. And let's go to my C drive. And there's McGreevy. So I go to McGreevy, highlight this, click OK. All right. So this is just a text file that just says McGreevy Teams. All right. And then you can see here the team is optional. Okay. Um, but it is the format of the lines in the field is the Lyman ID year and the destination team. Okay. So keep selected season statistics and play. We're just going to leave this right here. We're not going to, you don't want to bring them into the draft pool. Really, really important to do this. So the only time you really want to bring players into the draft pool is when you want to actually do a draft in out of the park baseball. Okay. So that's important. You can set these the way that you want, but we're going to base it on their real stats. We're going to leave this here. Ratings calculation based on 3 years, peak seasons of career, and all this kind of stuff. Okay. If there would be real life import real left right lefty righty splits, we want those. Although for the era that we're in, we're probably not going to see a lot. So in fact, you know what? I'm going to turn that off just for this. But I would say leave it on if you are playing, if you're creating a project or whatever. Turn that on, but they're not going to have that for this time. Okay. All right, so we are ready to go. All right, we did this, right? Make sure that we got that selected and click OK, and then let's go. All right, so it's importing the players while we're speaking. Okay, they've been imported. Okay, so let's go back to home screen, and let's go to Louisville. And now we have players. We have players, baby. There they are. So nothing else is set up yet in here. But there's Walter Johnson, Ed Walsh, Cy Young, Rube Marquardt, Red Faber, Carl Mays, Howie Kamnis, George Bradley, and George Mullen. So that's how easy this is to do. Okay. Let's go to our meet the team, and there we can see some of our other guys. There's Bill Joyce, Kid Elberfeld. There's Tip O'Neill. There's the original Louisville Slugger, who should be in the Hall of Fame. Pete Browning. There's Wee Willie Keeler. So again, we have no lineups yet or anything like that. But here we can see some more. So there's Deacon McGuire. There's Yip Owens, which I need to find a picture for Yip. Good old Yip, huh? There's Buck Freeman, Fred Merkel. Got to change this. There's no Eddie Williams. So how did this guy get in here? There must have been somebody before. Either that or it's the wrong picture for him. So let me see. Or, yeah, this is supposed to be Ed Williams. So I'm going to have to fix that. So what you do in that case, okay, is you're just going to you would just do a historical or just do a single player import. So we'll do that in a second. Okay. But let's make sure everybody else is okay. There's Bill Joyce, Donnie Bush, Kid Oberfeld, Freddie Perrin, Tip O'Neill, Pete Browning, and Wee Willie Keeler. So that's really how easy it is. I wanted scouting on strict, so that way, participants in the league and just anybody watching, you're going to be able to get a better sense of these players. All right. So you're gonna imagine that people like Browning, Keeler, Tip O'Neill, who was a fine player, should be ranked this high. Deacon McGuire as well, Buck Freeman, and then some other guys not so much. So, but there's Merkel, a good 4-star player. So these are the position players. So, and let's see, you got 2 catchers, three first basemen, a third baseman, or he has 3 shortstops, left, center, and right. So somebody's going to be playing out of position. I really, really don't know how much out of the park baseball. I know Action PC will penalize for out of position play. I think this does too. Let's 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 get this guy out of the league right now, or I'll forget. Okay, so we're going to delete him. So, and I am going to bring in Ed Williamson that we're looking for. So sometimes you do need to use baseball reference because sometimes it's going to be nicknames, things like that. So let me see. There's Ed Williamson, and let me see. Yeah. So it was just the way I typed it. So I'm going to go ahead and bring him in, and I have to see what. If you could let me know. No, you don't have to let me know. I will just look. All right. So once again, we're just going to go back here to transactions. Always go to transactions, and so actions. And we're going to import an historical player. And this time I'm just going to do just him. Just him. Okay. So what I'm going to do right here, and you guys can't see off screen, but I'll show you. If you're ever in doubt and you don't want to do a lot of typing, this last part of the URL of a player, right? Just copy it. That's all you need to do. Okay. I don't know. I forget what. I'll figure out the year in a second. What you want for Williamson, and let's go ahead and minimize so I can see you guys. It's no fun. There we go. All right. So let me get this in here. There we go. That's is correct. If you guys can see it. Uh, so yeah, lots of stars there, Freddie Pren. But Parallel League says, I didn't know you were Barry Clinton. All right, let's see what year you picked for him so that we can get the right one. In 1887. All right, 1887 it shall be. 1887. And I'm just going to put him, where do we want to put this guy? We're just going to import him. I think he's going to end up just as a free agent. So let's import him now. There he is. All right. Now, if I want to sign him, so let's say you're doing this, and so I don't want to offer him a damn contract or anything like that, right? So because right now I'm the manager of the Silver Hammers. Remember, when you play in commissioner mode, which is what I always do in this game, all I have to do is go here, go to available jobs, and apply for the job in the Louisville River Pilots, and there we go. Now what's nice about that is I can, if you guys say, oh, I want to work on my depth chart or this that what have you, then I can do that, because now I'm actually the manager of Louisville. I'm not just acting as the manager. Okay. All right, let's go back to our free agents here. So we got to go back into transactions, and there's Williamson. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to make him take this contract, man. We're going to make him take this contract. All right. Okay. Handled by the GM. Okay, we'll get him on your team, man. We'll get him on your team because as I can above limits. So we will get him in there for you. And he will be ready to go. So this is a little lesson in be very, very, very careful about how you actually do your player imports and stuff like that. So we only missed one. That's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay. So, anyhow, if you guys have some other questions, we can do this. If not, I'm going to go ahead and like start doing another team and stuff like that and see what we want to do. But I did want you to see how this works. Okay. Okay. Hey, Chris, how you doing? So he says, in your unemployment period at home, he wants to run a 162 game season plus playoffs. Which game should I use, Out of the Park or Action PC? This would be teams within a 30-year period. Geez, man. That's like asking, should you drive, a Lamborghini or a Ferrari if you're into sports cars? Um, should you listen to John Lennon or Paul McCartney? Um, so Chris, the new Action PC that is going to be out next week. And we're going to be doing a deep dive into it, or as deep as we can. So you might want to hold off on making that decision, because Action PC Baseball. I'm trying to make the comparison, Chris. Both games are superb. Um, Action PC with what it's coming out with next week is this is a significant update. Yeah, asking which child is your favorite. Exactly, exactly. Jamie says favorite child is an easy one. All right. I have two cats here. I don't have a favorite with them, but there you go. Easy for you to. You don't have any. Right? Yeah. Exactly. Well, my cats are my kids. So, but anyhow. So, Chris, have you? I did a little broadcast, but I don't know if you have Action PC Baseball. You should have gotten the email with what's going to be. Um, yeah, significant. It's a monster. Absolutely. Um, so, Chris, I know you don't roll. I don't know if you roll cards, cards and dice baseball or whatever. But um, so one thing that it's going to allow is so you saw the broadcast, so then you know. So it really depends on what you want to do, I guess. Um, do you want to, you know, because it even has a sort of, I don't know. I would, oh, I can't answer it, man. Um, yeah. So Jamie asking here, he says, just curious, 162 game season, 30-year period. Does that mean playing 30 straight years? Or are you talking about teams within 30? Okay. Teams from 1970 to 2000. That'll be really exciting. Um, And so, Chris, let me ask you this. Do you have everything you need for Action PC Baseball to be able to do that? Or would you be using the baseball history collection, or do you have all those seasons? Um, Depending upon what you want to do is really going to be the decider, because we have everything in Out of the Park Baseball. I do have everything for Action PC Baseball, but um, I don't know what you have. So that will decide it. I mean, do you want to, you might already have those teams. You also, not the seasons. That's a good point. Now, Christopher, if you do have the baseball history collection, actually, the baseball history collection, well, you want to do teams. So if you're doing teams, you're going to need seasons. If you were going to do players, you could do players and put them on the teams that they're associated with. You could use the baseball history collection. So there are ways to work around it. If you want more sandboxy, says Jamie, I would say Out of the Park Baseball, more straight up play Action PC, though Out of the Park can handle both. Yes. I mean, which is why Out of the Park Baseball is my favorite digital baseball sim. Action PC is an extremely close second, though. Just because this still does a lot more, but Action PC is catching up. It's catching up. So if you have the baseball history collection, how I would do it, Chris, is maybe just set up. Maybe you could use AI to help you, but you're a very knowledgeable baseball fan. But even still, use AI to help you and say, look, I want you to list the best players of each franchise between 1970 and 2000. And then all you have to do is just use the baseball history collection and create those teams. But if you're actually doing like you did before in out of the park baseball, we're using actual teams. Um, Unless you have all those seasons, this is it. Out of the Park comes out around opening day. Yeah, Jamie. Yeah, it's very close to opening day. Usually middle late March. So, but Action PC comes out on the 19th. That's projected. So 6 days from now is the projected release date. Next Friday. So you might want to maybe hang tight or start developing it out of the park. And then, like I said, I'm going to be doing devoting a couple of broadcasts at least to the new Action PC baseball and go from there. That might be a way to do it. But if you have those seasons, sake of argument, if you have 1970 to 2000, all those seasons in Action PC, you really can't go wrong with either of these. Victor Murati, hey, Paisan, Casaricha, said if he were playing baseball mogul, he could pick any season without buying seasons. Yeah, I mean, you can. You could also use baseball mogul, but again, the game we're looking at has every season as well. Pure Sim Baseball, also the freebie, has every season available. So there are, there are definitely, yeah. Baseball mogul though, you can bang through a season in that thing in no time. Um, but I would just editorialize at this point and say that I really wish that. In fact, let me bring in Williamson a different way here. So let's delete him out of here. I'm going to show you another way to do it because I never play GM in this game. So we're going to bring him in a different way because I do want to make sure that this guy's right. Victor, I hope you're doing well. Yeah. So Clinton is talking about one of the new things that Action PC is doing, and it's giving us more choices, especially, well, cards and dice players, you're going to have a lot more choices. And even those of us, like, because I can use Pocket Pennant Run just to, the dice or roll dice or whatever, you can now do manual entry on plays. And Action PC Baseball, it will act as a board game companion. How about that? That is incredible, incredible. There's some other huge updates too, but I'm really hoping that if it goes off pretty well without too many hitches and there's not a lot of crazy syntax, it's going to be another option for you guys. Think about it. So now you got Digital Diamond Baseball. Of course, Stratomatic PC has done it. You've been able to do it for a long time. I know PC Replay, you can do it. Pocket Pennant Run. I did say Digital Diamond Baseball. And now Action PC Baseball. That's I think Dave's very, very smart to do that too. I mean, I said that on the broadcast. Really, really smart. Yes, exactly. Action PC has a great stats package. And in fact, one thing where Action PC has an edge over this powerhouse is while this offers tons and tons of reports, Action PC lets you customize reports. So for when you want to do a deep, deep, deep dive into stats and things like that, but you're looking for something a bit more esoteric, Action PC is your huckleberry. The other thing, of course, it already has fielding ratings, which again, we've got to give credit where it's due. Guys, many of you may not know this, but the reason that we have fielding ratings and everything like that in Digital Diamond Baseball is pretty much thanks to Clinton Parks. He and I were talking about it so many years ago, and I had just mentioned to Mark, and I had made the first contact about it. Mark said, "Well, I don't really think that that's so huge." And I happened to offhand mention it to Clinton, and Clinton was off to the races. And thanks to him, we have fielding ratings. So for those of us that do play Digital Diamond Baseball, thank you, Clinton. Luckily, they're already in Action PC and ready to go. I'm just curious how it's going to be implemented. I do like the way, I have to admit, I love the way Pocket Pennant Run does it. You just got to click the mouse. There's no syntax. Digital Diamond Baseball, sure, 90% of baseball plays, right, you're going to know intuitively, but there is some strange syntax in that game um, that you have to learn. So I'm guessing, I don't know. But the only person that would really know this would be Steve Tate, or anybody else who's beta testing for Action PC. And it makes sense. I don't think you're going to ever see it in this game. And I don't think the way that, I think you're going to see out of the park go more toward, okay, we're going to try to figure out how we're going to put in an announcer next, whenever that is going to be. And I don't know. I'm beta testing with this game again, but um, I haven't seen any mention. And if there was, I couldn't tell you, but I haven't seen any mention of actually starting to incorporate an audio broadcast into this game. But that's where I see this going. I think this one's going to go after the people um, looking for something a little bit more, again, other than what Legends does with it, but looking for something a bit more robust um, than MLB The Show. This is the natural progression from MLB The Show is Out of the Park Baseball, I think. They have text to speech in Out of the Park Baseball, but what I'm talking about, Chris, is more like what you would hear with Baseball for Windows, for instance, like, a broadcast, or like what, old time baseball did. So, but anyhow, Baseball for Windows, I think, does it best. In fact, even with all the pops and glitches and the fact that it's 1994, 1995 technology, 1995, actually, um, all these years later, I still hear Ernie Harwell making commentary that I've never heard before. And I've, about 3 games of MLB The Show, and you've pretty much heard everything those announcers say. The reason I don't like the text to speech is you're listening to a narrator, and Baseball for Windows spoiled me. Absolutely spoiled me. I really feel like I'm listening to Ernie Harwell call a game. So, yes, they do have text to speech, but Baseball for Windows, what that does is not a text to speech. That's actually early AI. Believe it or not, the crowd in Baseball for Windows is actually an intelligent, reactive crowd. So, the Miller Associates, the Miller brothers, were already doing some AI stuff before any of us were thinking about it. Way back, so 1995, guys. That's what, about, how many years are we talking here? 30. Wow, 30 years ago. Pretty crazy, right? Pretty crazy. So yeah, and I'm hoping that more cards and dice players will come to Action PC Baseball. I know that RGL Network uses Action PC as a research tool when he's getting ready for seasons and stuff like that. But it's such an excellent baseball game, and to be able to now have something where you can, um, again, provided you have the seasons for your cards and dice game, but that's true with anything. Um, and he's got to know there's competition there. That's why he's doing it. But Mark Cohen, apparently next year, for Digital Diamond 14, I think we'll be up to. We're going to have Sports Illustrated Baseball, and finally, Advanced Status Pro. So, competition, always a good thing. All right, so what I'm going to do here, we got to bring in the proper Ed Williamson. We have to, or Parallel League's friend is going to like beat me up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of all these players because they're already in now. Okay, and then the next thing that I'm going to do is we're going to bring back Baseball Reference. Okay, and I am going to copy and come over here and paste. Okay, and I have to go back on here to the Discord for just a second. 1887. That's all I need. 1887. So, comma, 1887, and then LOU. Okay, and I'm just going to save this. And hopefully, this is right this time. I think that was. I think that was just me messing up. All right, let's cross our fingers. See, Ned's good. So Ed's gonna watch. He's right here. He's gonna watch what I'm doing. Yeah. All right. So let's go to transactions. I'm already in transactions actually. All right. Import. And again, I'm just going to select this text file, and now there should only be one. Okay. And I make sure that left right splits are turned off. Import. And let's hope we got the right one this time. Okay. Now he should be with Louisville. Meet the team. Don't have any lineups yet, but there we go. Problem solved. That easy. So this is how you do it. This is how you do it, man. So this team is, as far as its input, it's ready to go. So I'm just going to keep working off this. I'm probably just going to do this just one team at a time. Boom. And that's easy. And we'll just save it as it is. And that's all. So notepad, a little bit of time, listen to some music, and you can create any baseball project that you want at the player level. Action PC, you can do it, of course, but you have to have the seasons. But if you do, Action PC is a little bit easier to work with, I think, at the player level. But all that being said, it just depends on how quickly you type, or whatever, if you don't mind typing. But while we're here, while we're messing around here, and I am the manager of the River Pilots, let's go to our graphical depth chart. Right now, nothing in there. Again, here's the entire team. So what I could do is I can ask the AI for depth charts versus righty. I could just let's just do this for let's ask bench coach Jay Hargrave for all depth charts and lineups. There, done. Very, very, very easy to do. We can move around. Let's say you wanted Ed Williamson in there less or more. Of course, you can switch that up here at the player level, what have you. If there are players here, so like you have like Donnie Bush, right? Donnie Bush is probably not going to get a lot of playing time because Freddie Perrin right now, the AI is saying should be in every 15 games, but the kid Elberfeld is going to be the starting shortstop. Now, when we get to this, you guys, you may very well want to, say, no, this is what I want. Why'd I bring up Ed Walsh? Okay. So, and we can go to lineups. There's all kinds of stuff we'll be able to do. So what this will be, once we get all these in, the next step will be to basically set your depth chart for me, and I'll get that all set up. So that's why this is going to take, and again, I've got surgery coming up this week, but it's going to take a little bit of time. That's why I said around Christmas, realistically, for this to get going. So this was the next step. So is there any question about mass player import? Because here endeth the tutorial for that. Let's look at the player development lab. So this is one of the reasons that we're going to be using out of the park baseball for this. So not only do you have player development, but you also have a practice facility, right? You could set up programs, all kinds of stuff. It says, welcome your development complex. Facility is open during the off season, pardon me, and preseason includes weight rooms, batting cages, bullpens, equipment, more. During this time, you can send players here where they will follow a training program designed to improve a specific part of their game. To view the programs available to players, simply drag and drop them into the tab or click the plus symbol next to their name. So let's take somebody like Frank Owens. Okay. So it's looking at Frank Owens, not only his overall scouting, and again, I have this set up as strict, and his potential. So you can choose. Do you want to work on base running fundamentals, base stealing technique, learning a new position, So if you realize after your draft that, oh shit, I don't have a second baseman, maybe you want to take one of your shortstops, and right, and you can see everything is ranked here. There is no baseball program, no digital baseball sim, and obviously no cards and dice. There's no game has this, and that's really what pushed me to go from Action PC to this for this time round. So we're going to go ahead and cancel Frank. What would it do with a 5-star player? Let's take Deacon McGuire for instance. Um, so maybe for him, maybe we want to work on his bunting drills or what have you. Um, you could maybe, for instance, improve his defense, his catcher. But notice that's hard. That's because that's going to be hard to do. But I can select any one of these. Okay. So player development lab um, is there's our entire organization, and we can look at everybody that we want. Player development lab is something that's going to happen during the season. So if you notice, for example, that your player is kind of maybe you want to work on him for the next season because this is going to be a keeper league. For the first season, it's going to be a keeper league, and then after that, we'll talk about trading. Because if we have trading at the end of the season using the player development thing, it just makes absolutely no sense. Um, and what will happen is partway through the development program that your player is going through. Um, oh, you do have a second baseman. Okay. Um, anyhow, it will tell you, the scouts will say, we don't think he's going to be able to be successful with this. And you can decide, okay, hey, I can move people in and out of player development, if it's just not going to work. So something to think about it. Well, all you missed was just the mass player import, Mick. That's really all you missed. And, we were just kind of just BSing a little bit about the new Action PC stuff. So, anyhow, Mick, there's still time if you want to create a team. You still can. I just need the name of the player, the year, and why I need the name of your team and stuff like that. So you decide. You still got some time. It'd be nice to have a ninth team if you want. But let's look at some other stuff here. So if you guys want, we can either set your strategy, which is a lot of work, as you can see here, because it's going to be for all times. It's going to break it down into all scores, or there's strategy presets. So small ball might be one. So if I click this, and I'll make sure to set back to default. Okay. To all times and situations. There we go. So look, it's going to frequently steal bases. It's going to be aggressive in base running. Now, what's interesting about Out of the Park Baseball is it plays dead ball baseball 19th century perfectly without touching any of this. I don't have to touch any of this, and it's still going to play. But I think it would be really fun if you wanted to, again, to say, hey, I'd like to use one of these presets, or hey, could you bump up playing the corners in a little bit more, maybe take it down, or what have you. Remember, this league is going to be it's about taking risks. It's about speed. And it's about pitching. This is not a power league, although you're going to have power hitters in here like Hannes Wagner, Sam Crawford, Gavy Kravitz, just to name a few, Roger Connor. So there are power hitters in here, but this is largely about speed and playing that small ball, that station to station ball. You might want to do some things as far as, maybe pitch around. Maybe you want to knock that down a little bit. I don't know. We can ask Justin here for a strategy. Now notice he's changing things up a little bit. So overall, he's going to be playing a little bit more conservatively, again, based on what he's seeing there. Okay. But there's a nice little balance schedule if you want. And you can also, if you really want to be crazy, you can go kind of unorthodox. And it's just going to randomize everything. So I don't know if anybody wants to try that or not. Probably not. Probably not. So, but there you go. I just thought I would just pass that along to you guys. All right. Keep asking this guy for whatever. You can also, there's a there's, I've never messed. Oh, there we go. So if you want, I forgot about this. See all these managers? You could use their strategy. So you can see this has a lot of managers, a lot of managers. So let's say, oh, let's see. Okay, let's bring in Casey Stengel's strategy as a manager. Confirm. Okay. And there you go. There's how Casey would manage. But you got to remember, Casey Stengel wasn't managing in the dead ball era. And he was managing those Yankees teams that really didn't have a lot of speed. So I don't know if you guys were aware of this or not, but you can even import managers into this thing. And there's probably even more manager files out there. There we go. Let's just reset it to default. But that's a lot. So that's something else to do. Let me see what else can we look at here. So of course you can do player strategy here. Let's see what we can do with Walter Johnson. So check that out. Is that cool or what? So this is the incredible depth of this game. And by the way, Action PC Baseball is going to be adding more. So like it's going to be now getting up to par if you want. But Billy Martin would do a good job in this league. Let's try it, Dwayne. We'll look at Billy in a second. We'll put him in here. But the depth of both of these games, of this and Action PC Baseball, wow. I can think of two other games offhand that get now. Dwayne, um, you could tell me, Dwayne, whether Digital Diamond goes this deep or not. I have Digital Diamond. I buy it every year. I love it. I just don't play it much on the channel or anything like that. And I haven't done a deep dive in it for a while, since actually before, when I was creating rosters for the game and stuff like that. I have 2 roster sets, I think, up on Mark's homepage, and I got to get back to doing more. But just it's just incredible. So, um, so for Walter Johnson, for instance, we could have um, the AI set up all player strategies. You can have just to set up for Walter Johnson, or we can just do it. So, like, are we going to actually hook him as a starter? If this was my team, I'd be like, hey, MV, I would be. You're not gonna. I mean, for most of these guys, you're not going to hook them. So you can adjust to team strategy settings. You can override the strategy settings. So there's really, really like Action PC Baseball. Hey, David, there's a lot going on in this game, and I just wish this game wasn't so polarizing. And I think that's why I sometimes go into these deeper dives of out of the park baseball, just for how great it is. If we go to pitching here, I mean, we can look how deep this is. How you can define roles for your players. Um, you can, of course, we can set a rotation size. I know that some people are going to be wanting to go for a 3-man rotation. There's a couple people that could actually easily do a 3-man rotation. I can think of 2 teams offhand right now. Gary, and I think it's Gary, and is it Gary in Louisville? They have their starting 3 are just nuts. They're gonna just kill you, kill all of us. Digital Diamond has a manager editor. Yeah, that's cool. Use a little bit as far as setting lineups for the Bats League. That's about it. Okay. I haven't imported Dublin yet, David. I just did just one team tonight to show everybody how it's done. I mean, if you people really want to watch me type on screen, I'll do that. Or if you put your thing in the Discord and it's something I can copy and paste, which I think you did, I could probably do your team pretty quickly. Old Haas in the 1-man rotation. I think I do have Haas Radborn actually. I remember that. So you can set up their primary roles here. Do you want, as a closer, stopper, setup, specialist, middle relief, long relief, emergency starting pitcher. You don't have to specify anything. Down here, you can go into usage. Um, and then, of course, you can also set secondary roles, which is nice. So you want spot starters, things like that. Set your rotation however you want to do it. You can also, a billion things you can do in this game. I think I've made the pernt here. So there we go. Should we do Dublin? Let's see if David was nice and put everything in a way that I could just copy paste. And while we're talking, we'll import the Dublin double days. And if not, we will just, I don't know. I don't think anybody really wants to watch me type. I mean, if you really do, look at David. He did, sort of, kind of. It's just so I can at least look at the years. So, thing is, I can't see you guys while I'm doing this. Unless you guys want to look at the Discord, or, I don't know. What do we do here? It'd be nice to have somebody on mic or something right now, but let me bring over David's team so everybody can see it before it's imported. So there it is. And pretty tough. Except I'm not seeing David. I'm not seeing years here, but I can go back to the draft thing and do that. So you just let me know. So that's why we have the hey, David, baseball demos. He says, for me to you, that counts. You're damn right it does. Just let me know, Parallel League, what we might even do is, if you want to, each manager, you know what, you want to come on, we can do it that way, whatever time, just tell me what you want. Okay. On the left, well, I'm looking at all these years, but I'll probably just download your text file and do it that way because I don't see a year here for Rulbach and Leonard, Jess, or Dutch, unless I'm drunk. Because you're saying on the left. I do see that. But, I see what you did now. Okay. I don't know how they ended up out here, but okay. I see them now. I see them. Okay. So, what I'm going to do is we'll talk. We'll talk for a little bit. David, how you doing? Unless we should just do a game. We can't do a McGreevy game yet, but David and MV have been playing, and they've been having a lot of fun. I think MV pretty much yeah. No, that's okay. I can see that now, David. So I'll tell you what, it's going to be sort of probably kind of boring for people, but I just want you to see how this all works. Okay. And then we'll play a game. So we have 21 people watching. What I'm going to go through now, again, and we're going to be doing a little bit of typing, but I'm going to show you how to do a mass player import into Out of the Park Baseball. This is really good for creating draft leagues, for creating leagues like this one, where we specifically want players on a team. Okay, so basically using a player's the Sean Lahman or Baseball Reference ID, which is where Baseball Reference got it, and then comma, year, comma, team designator. That simple. So a couple of these I will have to check, but for the most part, let's do Ty Cobb. The rule for when you're doing these things are up to the first 5 letters of the last name, first 2 letters of the first name or nickname if it's a really famous player, if that's what he went by, and then you'll see. So for Cobb, it's basically Cobb, Ty, right? 01, it's the only one there. Okay, so he's Cobb T. All right, David wants him for 1909, and David is Dublin, so I just put DUB. That's how you do it. You don't need spaces, anything like that. Stick Tap Sports Network, he says, happy Saturday night chat. David says that he did or David Baseball Demos, we have 2 Davids here now, did a 2-hour and 45-minute stream this afternoon, History Maker Baseball. So, David, let me ask you a question. What do you think about the about Action PC including dice input? Are you going to maybe avail yourself of that? Just curious. Home Run Baker. Now, Home Run Baker is going to be a little bit tricky because there are Frank Bakers, But I think for home run Baker, we do want to check baseball reference for that. Okay. So let me bring up baseball reference and show folks that are still here and watching how to do that. Okay. I do have a database with all this stuff already, but I want to show you in case you don't want to do something like that. Okay. So there it's having me tab over home run Baker. There he is. And I can see here that it's Baker, right? Yeah. It's Baker FR01. So just making sure because there are other Frank Bakers. So all you want to do is if you don't have these and you don't have the database that I have, and I'd rather show it to you this way than using that database, just control just to copy that part of URL. Okay. And then boop, just that's it. And then again, so 1912 and the DUB, I could probably just do this. And I just put a space. I was going to write a little app to let this thing do this for me automatically, but there's something kind of therapeutic about it. So David says direct entry is why he bought it. All right. Excellent. Nice. Yeah. So Barbara, yeah. Baseball Reference is an amazing site. There's also a deeper part of it, which I used to pay for, but I don't use it a lot right now, is StatHead. There's the what is it called? StatHead. Yeah. And that allows you to, it's like $10 a month and you can do some super, super deep dives with that. But Baseball Reference is incredible. Another great site that people seem to fall asleep on is Baseball Almanac, because Baseball Almanac has some stuff that it's a good companion site. But to be honest, I go to Baseball Reference first myself. It's just incredible what's on there. Let's bring in Bad Bill. Let's bring in Bad Bill. DAHLEBIO1. And then what Bad Bill here? What do we got? People that are new to this family are saying, why are we watching some dude type? 1896 DUB. 1896, birth year of my great grandmom, my Irish great grandmom. So that's basically how this does it. David Baseball Demo says, I love this hobby. It lets me unashamedly bring out your inner nerd. Absolutely. We are nerds in the gaming community, and I am proud of it, to be honest with you. And, to be able to simulate, to immerse yourself in what is to me the greatest of all sports. I don't care anywhere in the world. Makes me a happy camper. Makes me a happy camper. When we get down to Dutch Leonard, we got to make sure we get the correct Dutch Leonard. There are two of them, and we don't want to get the wrong one. So this should be Dutch Leonard because there is a Dutch Leonard too. You guys will see. It is a great hobby. It's a great hobby, and no matter how you play it. All right. So the whirlwind. So Barbara, you're the whirlwind from now on. The whirlwind says she says, proud nerd, I am too. Comment worthy. Actually, everything you guys says comment worthy, but there you go. I mean, this is like pretty nerdy what I'm doing right here. I mean, I have to admit it. This is pretty. I mean, I'm sitting here typing in these things, right? And it's like, why are you doing that, man? Well, why not? So, yeah. That's why I like hanging out with you folks. And so any of us, if any of our friends or those of us that, those of you, I should say, who have significant others, what have you, will be looking at what you're doing, right? You're rolling dice. You're like, yes, you're going off because, your starter, he's got a complete game shutout. Or somebody's thrown a no hitter, or somebody's just hit a grand slam. What are they seeing you do? You're rolling the dice, yelling, and writing it down with your pencil, or inputting it into something like Pocket Pennant Run or any of the other games that allow you to do that manual input. I mean, what we do is going to make no sense to anybody else, but to us, it's not only makes perfect sense, it's totally it's like, yeah, of course, this is what I'm doing. Can't you see that? It's so cool. Because there are much worse things to be in this world than a stats nerd. Absolutely, absolutely. Like being a sleight of hand magician, for one thing. No, but you're right. And there's lots of worse things that we could be doing. We're all hanging out here tonight talking about baseball, nerding out, and everything, and community. Right, the beauty of community, as opposed to drowning oneself at the bottom of a bottle, or maybe being out in some situation that is just not healthy, right? And here we are all doing things. Barbara rolling up a Mets game here, and hopefully we're going to get a result on her Mets game. And you are a sleight of fun magician. Yes, you are. Some night you and Parallel League guys get you going, because he's not a bad punster either. But David's been known to borrow from RJO Network, right? Because he'll say section below whatever. David has actually brought down the whole ballpark. Some pretty pancreas twisting stuff. David Baseball Demos also. Um, he has something that no other channel has, and that's Tabby. Um, she's so beautiful. I can't get my guys on. If I would, I'd fire up my webcam. But my two guys, they or my guy and my girl here, my two kitties, they're like, yeah, whatever, dude, just give us snacks. But Tabby's awesome, man. She'll like, it's great. So always look forward to it. Everybody's got something unique, and she's so beautiful, man. I love her. Now, what's her favorite team, though, David? What's Tabby's favorite team? That's what I'd like to know. I don't know if you've ever revealed that, to be honest with you. As we put in Cap Anson, so hopefully, you know what, we're gonna look. So you are Tabby as we speak. She is wanting your undivided attention. So essentially, being a cat, gotta love it. Gotta love it. So Cap Anson. So some of these I do like to look up, because I don't know if they're going to use Adrian or they're going to use Cap. Okay, so in this case, because he's known, even though he is Adrian Anson is his real name, Adrian Constantine Anson, or was, we're just going to do Anson, just like that. All right, that's all. But I will show you people a database that I have that make this even easier than this. So Cap is in 1881, known as Baby when he started, then Cap, and then Pop at the end of his career. Okay, let me save these because I don't want to lose this, because I want to show you something else that I have that I've made available before. But if anybody wants it, and I'm sorry for if anybody gets seasick from all this, but it is what it is. And let's get rid of this. I'm going to bring this up here, this player database. I have two versions, one in Excel and just one that's just a CSV. So let me bring up the CSV. So this is pretty nerdy shit right here. This is really nerdy stuff, guys. As you can see over there, the scroll bar is not even moving. This is everybody who's pretty much ever played baseball. So this has, and I can zip this up and make this available if you want for your own use. So we could have searched for Anson in here. But here's the baseball reference ID, the name, which you don't really, just for your own reference, the player's rookie year and the player's final year, right? So if we do Control F and we do, let's select the selection down here, and let's just start typing ANSON, which should be enough. Find next. Okay, see how it's gonna, because I didn't put all of that in, I can keep going, and there he is. There's Cap Anson. So just that easy, and I could just put that into a text file, and you're off to the races. Off topic. But do I know the steps to change your channel photo? Yeah. Are you talking, David? Are you talking about your logo for your channel, or are you talking about the banner? Finished the 1970 game for Cousin Ken Castro. Dodgers 2-1. Singer strikes out 9. The Whirlwind says, I will play my first ever shootout hockey game in a bit. She also has the Rangers game going on the PC. Um, Overtime, they go, nice, nice. So, yeah, I do just whichever you mean, David. Yeah, it's actually pretty easy to do that. But I don't know what you're talking about. If you mean the banner, if you mean your what you mean, but yes, I do because I have a couple other YouTube channels that you folks don't know about. So, anyhow, if anybody wants this, let me know, and I will gladly zip it up, and you can create anything you want. This is up to date as of 2023. I haven't nothing updated since 2023, but I just thought if anybody might be interested, yeah, maybe also if you want it in Excel format, I can give it to you in Excel format if you want. Although it's a little, I think it's a little wonkier to maybe deal with in Excel, but yeah, just close. I don't want to get started right now. So there it is in Excel, and there you go. All singing, all dancing, everybody that played, it's all in here. All right, back to whatever the hell it was I was doing. Ah, this is what I was doing. Where'd it go? There it is. Blink. This gets to be hard work, man. Oh, the banner. Right now it's Anaheim Stadium. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can show you, David. It's I'll look at your channel, but yeah, it's easy. It's really really easy. It's just weird because it's going to show measurements for like whether you want it for YouTube, for phone, or whatever. So it's going to look differently. It's going to look different depending upon what platform you want it to look best on. And I usually just pick PC. But yeah, I can show you. I can either give you directions or maybe even tomorrow, real quickly, I'll put up a non-broadcast video. In other words, nothing live. I'll just actually record and show it, and then give you the link to it. Okay, be glad to. Well, that, and of course, Barbara's saying, yeah, click on your picture, then view channel, then just click on your pic and select change if it's YouTube you're talking about. So that is pretty much. No, he is. He is. He is Whirlwind. That's exactly what he's talking about. Yep. So, okay, you did it. It's now Tabby. Sweet. So, guys, go and check out baseball demos. And there she is. Looky. There's Tabby. So you can see it, and of course, in bigger than life, if you actually go to his channel, which you should be subscribed to. Barbara, I didn't know you had a channel. Now I have to subscribe to you. You know that much about YouTube. You must have a channel. So, what's your channel name, Barbara, so we can subscribe? Please. Even if you don't do anything, we subscribe anyhow. So we want to know what the whirlwind's up to. The whirlwind is up to. She is. Isn't she a beautiful kitty? She's awesome. I always look forward to when she makes an appearance. She's just she's so amazing. Okay, you don't stream. Okay, but you know that. Okay. Oh, okay. Neither here nor Twitch. I don't do anything on Twitch yet, but I am gonna be doing Twitch stuff, but it won't be baseball stuff because I tried to do non-baseball games here, and it met with pretty much a resounding no. Because I wanted, I've done, whoops, I've done Diablo in here. Um, wow, something just crashed on me, man. Did I just lose you guys? No, I didn't. There we go. Let me just get everything back up here. Everything is such a mess right now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me find everybody again. Where'd you guys go? There we are. Found you. Okay, but your YouTube is your name. Okay, cool. We'll still subscribe to you. But yeah, it was kind of, people are like, no, we want just pretty much baseball. So that's what it is. And that's okay. All right. So, do you guys want to do a little? You're welcome, Barbara. Do you guys, if you guys want to have a little chin wag, or do you want to see a game? I don't have to keep doing this. Certainly, be happy to do that. I think our Albert Spalding is not with. I don't think he has a U in there. David Lando. So we're gonna find out here. Okay, I'm pretty sure he doesn't because I was looking for the Spalding baseball guide in yep. No, no U. I thought it was a U too, David. Because I was looking for the Spalding baseball guide on the Internet Archive, and I was spelling it with a U, so it's just with the AL. Okay, cool. Can't go wrong with a chin wag. Hey, if somebody wants to come on the mic, we can do it right now while I'm doing this. In fact, I'm going to. I'm going to. I'm going to just switch over to headphones. Boink. And let's get some folks on here. Let's talk some baseball, man. Talk some baseball. All right. Hopefully, sound is okay. And let's minimize this. And let's get some folks on here. I'll put the link in the chat. And if you want to join, please join. You don't have to have your webcam on. No need for a webcam. Okay. So there we go. Just click on that and we'll get you on. We'll talk about baseball. Talk about what, well, baseball. We'll start with baseball. Things always devolve here. So I'm going to keep typing and talking until somebody comes on, and hopefully somebody will. So there it is. You can copy it. Just click on that link and just come on, say hi. Even Tim, haven't had you on in a long time. It'd be great to hear from you. Anybody. Don't be Mike shy. Don't be Mike shy, please. Be a lot of fun. So I guess what do you guys think? What do you folks think about your team's off-season moves thus far? What do you think? Let me know. Let's talk about it. Pirates are trying to get aggressive, which is very, very nice. I'm very, very nice. I think I have too many letters for Spalding. Yep. So that's good. Again, we're ready to go here. If somebody wants to come on and talk, we'd love it. Okay. And Tim.
Hey, hey.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
Oh man, enjoying the wonderful snow out in Cleveland, near Cleveland, Ohio.
How much are you guys getting out there?
It's probably going to be like 2, 3 inches for the day today.
Uh huh. And then you're
So
going to have
at
freezing
least,
cold tomorrow.
yep, and maybe more snow. I don't know. Hopefully not,
Wow. Right.
because I don't repeat of what happened on Thanksgiving night when nobody plowed and I could barely keep my car on the road.
Oh, man. Now, I know by Friday for us, it's supposed to be like 52, or you guys will be getting that same warm up probably a day earlier.
Yeah, so everything that's on the ground now will be possibly melted.
Yeah. I'll tell you what,
We'll
it's Tim, it's not even winter, and I'm over winter already. I'm just over it. I am so over it. You
Actually,
know?
we our warm up will be 41 on Wednesday. That's we'll get 51 on Thursday.
Yeah. So you get,
Yeah.
well, yeah. Yeah. Mother Nature's
Because
kind of losing it, isn't she?
because Guns N' Roses couldn't call it cold winter rain. They had to specify it to November.
November rain, right? It's their
Yeah,
fault. Absolutely. I totally
yeah.
agree with you.
Should have been cold winter rain.
Winter rain. So are
Because
you
nothing
back
lasts forever, even cold winter rain.
even cold winter rain? Are you back to putting stuff up again? Are you getting some stuff up there, or are you still kind of on
Actually, I
hiatus?
slowly but surely I filmed a hockey game and I filmed a 72 Gaylord Perry versus non Cy Young finalist game.
Oh, nice. All right,
So
cool.
I'm trying to get the hockey game up. It's going to be a slow go because I'm talking to you and I have the TV going and
Okay,
all
got
that stuff. And I don't know how to have a uh,
right.
very quick upload to, and plus I'm kind of far from the router, so eh,
David,
slow but sure the route.
David, are you here?
I see him in here.
Yeah, David, are you?
I am here. I
Oh,
am here. If
whoa,
somebody can hear
there he
me,
Hey,
is. David, baseball demos. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well. I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you
yeah,
beautifully. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So
We
wow,
got.
we got glitterati illuminati in here. You and Tim. This is great. So what's up? How's the demolition league going? Or is it? Or what's going on with that?
Oh, the Demolition League has been put on hiatus.
Okay. So
So
what baseball are you up to right now as we speak?
uh,
I think we kind of. Are you there, David?
yeah, I'm getting echoes here. Let me turn the volume off
Oh,
on
so
the
yeah. Just kill
thing here. Maybe
YouTube. You
that's what the
should be able
problem
to.
was. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you
yeah,
perfectly. Yep,
Can somebody hear me now?
we can hear you.
yes,
Yeah, I think I was getting echoes because I had the sound on the laptop. I think that was throwing me off.
well, you have to kill the YouTube
Yeah, I
sound.
think I was getting echoes because I had the sound on the laptop. I think that was throwing me off.
Well, you have to kill the YouTube sound.
Yeah, I think I was getting echoes because I had the sound on the laptop.
Yeah, just mute YouTube, David.
Yeah, I got to have some sound or I won't be able to hear anybody else. That's the problem.
Oh, really? Because Tim, do you have your
'Cause-
YouTube muted?
Say again?
yes, I do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you'll be able to
because
hear
just use
us.
the open window. Yeah.
Yeah, it's live TV, baby.
Yeah.
Anything that will happen will. So,
Well,
Tim, I'm glad.
hopefully,
Go ahead.
I'm coming through. I don't know. But,
Oh, you're coming through
Yes, you are.
perfectly. Yeah,
okay. But
yeah.
I replaced the Demolition League with I'm doing History Maker Baseball fictional set.
Okay.
So
So,
that's why I did that long video today to kind of give an overview of History Maker Baseball and why I like the game.
well, you know what? There's some people watching that maybe don't necessarily, right? So I want to know. So what is it about History Maker Baseball? Because you are a veteran. What is it about History Maker Baseball? What do you love, David? And by the way, folks, go over and watch the video. But what do you like about it, David?
There are several things I like about it.
Go for it. The floor is
uh,
yours, my friend.
all right. Well, first of all, well, I've got to get this echo out. I got to turn this volume down on the YouTube because that's driving me nuts. Okay.
There's just you can
Hopefully,
just
people can hear me now. I
they
don't
will be
know,
able to hear you. All you're doing
but
is
I'm not
muting
hearing
from your
anybody
end.
else unless I turn the volume up.
They will be able to hear you. All you're doing is muting.
Okay, so you're asking me what is drawing me to History Maker Baseball or why I like it so much? Is that the
Yep.
question?
The mound is yours,
Okay,
my
so
friend.
you're asking me what is drawing me to History Maker Baseball or why I like it so much? Is that the question?
Yep. The mound is yours.
Okay. Well, that's a tall task to take, but lots of things. First of all, you can create your own universe. The fictional sets, and I learned this from Steve Tower, and I finally came around to it. It's an open sandbox, and you talked about doing what ifs and everything else. Uh, the fictional set is wonderful. Second, it's the only game I know that inquired or imports or uses umpires in the game, where umpires actually can affect the game, which it did. The game I played today, it did affect the game. There was a foul ball call. The umpire was a bad umpire, so they called it a double instead of a foul. So those are two things right there. And I can create my own cards with ease, which I cannot do for Stratomatic.
So I wanted to ask you about that, David. Um, how is the game as far as creating real life MLB players? So let's say you wanted to create Christy Mathewson. How easy is that to do? So let's say you want to create Christy Mathewson. How easy is that?
Oh, it's very easy. The how-to book goes through exactly how to do it. You check their ERA. So you take his ERA and you create that and you give him the quality like an ace or whatever it might happen to be. And then you look at his walks and check his control. And then you check his strikeouts to check the flash quality. Those are basically three qualities for a pitcher. And then do the same thing for his hitting. You check and see what kind of hitter you want to do the hitting version. But it's very, very easy, really.
Wow. Okay, that's cool. I mean, I love watching other people play the game. Yeah, Dwayne says he's hearing echo. Have you? If you mute YouTube, can you hear Tim and I talk? If you
In
mute
fact,
it.
I mean,
Dwayne
it,
says he's hearing echo. If you mute YouTube, can you hear Tim and I talk? If you mute it.
if I mute YouTube, I can't hear anybody talk.
Okay, you're not wearing
Okay, but
headphones
there
then.
should be an open window that says live stream that you can hear us through.
Okay, you're not wearing
Okay,
headphones.
but there should be an open window that says live.
That says what? This is what?
It says live
Listen off
stream.
stage feeds. Is that what I'm looking for?
It should just say like live stream. EVMUX. You should be able to listen through that. Or
Right. You don't. Yeah. Then you won't have. Then you don't need YouTube because this acts like Zoom, if you will.
Uh,
You don't need YouTube because this acts like Zoom. If you
well, so I'll tell you what I have set up. I've got it. I've got this stream on my laptop. I've also got it on my smartphone, and I've got both muted, and I can't hear anybody.
Oh wow.
I've got it on my smartphone.
So Tim, how are you doing it? Because you're not echoing.
no, I got the
And I have
through
my
the
headset into the.
EVMUX window that I'm just hearing you through.
And I have my headset into the.
Right. So yeah, right, Barbara. So even though David needs to hear us through his speakers, what he's also hearing is that echo back from YouTube. So if he's in this the open stream or live stream that Tim's talking about, because Tim's not wearing headphones, right, Tim?
Like I do have headphones on.
Oh, you do. Okay, so yeah, that's the thing. Headphones, then you can hear. Oof. Yeah,
I could probably turn off my headphones and probably still hear you.
yeah. I've had you on here without headphones because you've had your webcam on every once in a while. So, in fact, right when you're sharing your screen.
Okay, I've got a headset on. I don't know if it's any better or not.
Dwayne is our echo monitor. What do you think, Dwayne? Was that better? Samuel Smith, good evening. David, you sound really clear now.
I sound clear now. Or are you talking about the other person?
You sound great. You sound great. You, David slash Tabby. You sound great.
Okay. Well, what
Okay.
I did is I went into the setting.
Okay.
Yeah, what I went into the setting for and changed my microphone. I had the wrong microphone. I did not have the headset chosen.
Oh.
I had a laptop
there you go.
microphone chosen, not the headset.
All right. Yeah. Dwayne says it sounds good. H Field, one of the big guns in the out of the park community, is with us. How you doing, man? We're having an impromptu chin wag while I'm doing mass player import into out of the park baseball for our McGreevy League. So, David, so yeah, because somebody had told me one time that you could create your own players or like you wanted to do Willie Mays, whatever. That it was difficult, but History Maker Baseball. You're saying it's pretty easy. How do you as far as the how do I say this, as far as like with History Maker Baseball, because it's so different, right? It is it's the ratings are based on stats, but you're not looking at stats, you're looking at player qualities, much like you would with a role-playing game. Do you feel that as you know, with if you've done this with major league players, is their performance, is it believable in the game, do you think? For real players, not fictional, I'm talking now. I think we lost him. David, are you there, lad?
I'm here.
Okay, did you hear any of that?
I was getting echoes, but I think it got better now. I just switched something else on my settings.
Okay, cool.
So
Cool.
I had my when I went under audio, I had the audio output as something else versus what I'm doing.
Gotcha. Okay. Dwayne says it still sounds good. So, but how do you have you played many games with History
Which
Maker
I'm still
based?
getting echoes like the yin yang here.
Oh, really?
I don't know how to get around that.
Hmm. I don't know either. I don't because I don't want this to be
But
a
I'll try to answer your question.
okay.
I'll try to answer. I'm getting echoes back and forth, but I'll try to answer your question. You talked about how do I know what to give a rating for a player or whatever.
Hmm. Yes.
But basically, what you do, the game book will give you a range, and I talk about this in the video that I did. Now I'm really hearing echoes in this thing. Uh, but what I try to do is it gives you a range.
Okay.
So if you check out the video I did this afternoon, I talk about how to do this. There is a range. Like, for instance, to be a hero, you have to bat between, say, 280 and 320, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
And that will give you to be a hero.
All right. So it sounds fun. Is it a long process to create a player?
It is not it takes me no time. In fact, I did 1908. I've almost got, like 6 teams done.
Wow.
And I may play a game on the channel using the 1908 so you can see it in action.
Oh, I would love that. I would love that. I don't think I've ever seen anybody play History Maker in the Dead Ball era, so that would be really fun.
Yeah, that would be something to do. And the same with the pitcher, do the same. And like I said, a hero might be like 280 to 320. Well, that's a big range. So that's why they have the semi quality. Suppose the guy hits right at, say, 300. He
Right.
might be a semi hero, and then you need that little decider die to push him over the edge to get him to be a hero. Or you don't get the decider die and he drops back and it's not a hero that particular at bat. So it's almost like a 50-50 thing to get him to that quality.
I know that a lot of people love History Maker baseball. A lot of people. Paul Fay is a huge fan of the game. I know you are. Uh, God, so many people play it. I feel like I'm missing out again now. Now that I'm hearing that you can, it's pretty easy to create players.
And the video was 2 hours and 45 minutes long, but that was because I played a game at the end. I did a very slow playthrough of game 1 of the 1975 World Series. So the first, like, 45 minutes is my X-ray vision look at History Maker baseball, the ins and outs, and then the last part is a very slow, methodical explaining what happens on every at-bat playthrough, and that's why it took so long.
Nothing wrong with that. The more baseball, the better, and the more explanation, the better. I think people like that. So, guys, do please subscribe. Go check it out. John DFW, welcome in, John. David is this guy is he's the reason I'm around. He's the reason why a lot of us are on here doing what we do, and always a fun time with David, and especially his puns. They're the best. Sorry you're late, John. All I did was just I imported the Louisville River Pilots.
Ex- the exception to that is I am technically unsavvy.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, consider. Remember, I was talking about your the thing that got me hooked on in this community was your diamond mine game. Remember that? You showed that like ages and ages ago, and that was the first. And you were holding up a cell phone, and I thought that was pretty cool. That was just, wow. All right. And I know you said it was cringeworthy, but oh, Dwayne says echoes back. I don't know what it is with EVM UX, Dwayne. I need a tutorial with you because this never happened in StreamYard. I would have people jumping on, off, and no echoes or anything. EVM UX must do some weird things that I don't know about.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
is it
Now,
but But you're
Well,
not getting echo at Tim at all.
no, because I think what he's not doing is that he's got to just mute YouTube, and then the EVMUX open window should take care of any sound. And I don't think
Right.
he's. And if let's try this out without my headphones on. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
You still sound the same to me.
Yeah, because like I said, now it's going through my PC instead of my headphones for the
Yeah.
audio.
There you go.
So I don't know. Let's either pick one or pick the other, and I'll put my headphones back on.
Sure. No, I mean, David, I don't want you going crazy or getting a headache from all this. Certainly, man, it's great to have you on, but if it's irritating to you, man, just I totally understand. I do.
Yeah. So also now, I guess the thing for going into the new year is what is the new season that, well, you can say new old season that Strat's going to put out. I guess if it's 1979, I may have to get it.
Uh-oh, Tim's gonna you are the man that you don't spend money, man. So this is huge.
Not recently, because like I've got enough of the 70s. Like I got 71, 72, 76, and if I get 79, I think that's enough of a range of the 70s for me. And plus, I also the other thing that's kind of getting to me is that when they took away the card viewer app.
Oh, so they finally took that away, huh?
Yeah, because they put it as part of Baseball Max.
Right.
But the thing is, it's like, from what I understand, it's the cards that they have on Baseball Max don't match up to what they print. Although I could say, you know what, screw it. They may not match up, but we're going to play this way anyway. And it's usually for for a guy that's a September call up. Like if I decide to do the Clemente 72 season and just play the game season, do you really care who else is in the lineup?
David's showing us here a fielding chart. David, what is this we're seeing? And there goes David. I don't think David. Oh, there she is. There's Tabby. There's Tabby, everybody. There she is. Behold. Oh, Tim, we'll get back to you for this. Is a Tabby
It's okay.
moment, man. It's a Tabby moment.
That is happy.
Isn't she beautiful?
How old, David?
Oh yeah, I can. David, you're getting bad echo. I can hear it.
She is approaching 13.
Oh,
Wow.
she's beautiful. I love her, man. I love her.
She is approaching 13.
Yeah.
So I'll make sure my cats can't hear this, but she is the official cat of the YouTube sports gaming community. She really is. Folks, what do actually, you brought up Baseball Max, Tim, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it. I'll bring it up here if you mind, just because you're big time strat. Would you mind talking about it a little bit?
Go for it.
All right.
All right. That thing would be perfect if it were Mondays in Florida in December, I guess. But you know,
All right. Let me switch this back.
oh, actually, I might have you test that to get some of my cards, get the
Okay.
ah. Real quick.
All right. So what we're going to do is get because I've been talking about this game. I have this and Apago. And I thought maybe fun to get a real life strat player here, and I know David is too. I just to get their thoughts on.
Pull up 72 Clemente.
All right, so what we're going to do is get all right, let me do that. As soon as I figure out how to search a player, I guess I can just bring up anybody here.
Well, let me get the 72 Pirates out first.
Okay.
And
And I'm just going to set this up as a game so we can just look, because I don't know how to look at individual cards outside of a game. I guess I could just bring up anybody here. Going to set this up as a game so we can just look, because I don't know how to look at individual cards outside of a game. I guess I could just let's have them against Barbara's Mets,
Okay.
the Whirlwinds Mets. That'll be fun.
all right.
Just to look at cards.
All right. They do have the Clemente card here.
Okay. We'll just let this do its thing. In fact, I can just bring it up from right here. Okay, so there's Clemente's card.
All right. Second base C, single, 1-6. Walk. Looking on the lefty side.
Over here?
Yeah, it looks about the same.
Okay.
Huh. I wonder if these are like is that 1-6 on the okay, so hold on a second. Scroll up a little bit. So that all right, so no, that's 1-8. Okay. All right, strikeout. Yeah, that looks about the same. I wonder if there's certain cards that have been reimagined that they're kind of a little different, because this looks exactly the same.
Oh, really?
Like I have it, yeah. So who knows? Maybe I may. The thing is, they did have a Black Friday sale where you'd had to buy the whole year, and I'm like, not really sure I want to do that. But
right
now that I see that these are about the same, pretty much. Hey,
and what I like about this is you can look at a player's card throughout his career. So, what changes there might have been and things like that. Yeah. I really like that.
It looks like I could do a kind of real easy screenshot and.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm showing this on just a 17-inch monitor, but you could easily do that. Yeah.
Right, but but the problem is I don't have like Microsoft Word or anything. Although I have to go through whatever I was using before that I did my stats for the 2007 Indians and just pull up a Word document and just paste stuff in there and be like,
right.
This is what this looks like if you don't see, because I'll usually have all the cards in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so who knows? Maybe for a.
Is there somebody else you want me to bring up? So I have the Pirates Mets right now, 1972.
Okay.
Just pull it up. I can pull up anything you want, but.
Well, that was just the main one because I said that would be the one that I would, I had always said I'd want to do Clemente's final season to see if I could get him to 3,000 hits.
Oh yeah.
And it's sort of like, but that's the nice thing. It's like if I didn't want to do Baseball Max, if somebody was in the lineup that I didn't have, I'd be like, okay, I'll just use this guy.
Right.
And it's sort of like, okay, as long as I just have Clemente in the lineup and, hopefully he gets the required number of at-bats that he got for the whole season. Because one of the things they have all these 10-inning, 12-inning games that somehow I don't get, or like Demo's having his 87, 12-10 game. Like, I don't think I've ever had that.
Uh-huh. So my question with you is this playing Strat Advanced? It's not Super Advanced, I'm guessing. This is Strat Advanced.
No, they have the ballpark single. They have the diamond for the ballpark home run, so you could play Super Advanced on that.
Okay. It seems like it takes care of like a lot of that, behind the scenes, sort of like AppleGo does the same thing. And I'm having trouble because it's in a way it's kind of silly for me to subscribe to both, but there are things that this does that are superb, and there are things that AppleGo does that are superb, and it's like that's why I'm paying for both right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know which one's going to go. They might end up. Maybe I should just quit smoking, and I can just keep them both, right? That would be smart.
Well, everybody
Uh,
has their vices, right?
everybody has their vices. Exactly. Um, yeah, but I like it. I like the way this plays. So John says, and I'm waiting to play. I want to play John head to head. Ken and I've been playing Apago head to head. John says that Strat Max is super advanced with all of the miscellaneous rules. Not bad.
Yeah, because it looks like there's the 2-3 is this. So the funny. Okay, so you said you've never memorized the rules for super advanced, right?
No, in fact, I tried one time. We tried, my buddies and I. We were like, okay, we started with basic, right? And we're like, okay, now we're playing strat advanced. Oh, super advanced, man, that should be no trouble. Forget it. We went back to advanced.
So
It hurt.
I'll tell you one of the other main differences between advanced and super advanced. So
Okay.
say you rolled the 2-3 against a righty.
Mhm.
Okay, so in advanced, you would just treat that as a single.
As a single, right?
So, yeah. But in super advanced, you see how it has the drop down there for 1 to 6 single, 7 to 20 line
Yeah,
out?
yeah.
That would be what you would have to use for super advanced.
Oh, okay. All right. So like when that little die comes up that I've seen on here,
Right. And so if you see the upside
right?
down triangle,
Yeah,
that's the ballpark single card. So like some parks are like the AstroTurf parks are going to be easier to get a single in than say, you know, teams that may not cut the grass.
gotcha. Yeah,
And
John, I
then like
haven't seen an option for changing rules either for this. I think this
yeah.
is. I don't think there is a right.
There is one other thing that I do not scroll up a bit and see if there's something on the top. Okay, they do have that. Okay, good. I was hoping they'd have the steel ratings and the
Hmm.
all that stuff. Um,
Well,
I
another
don't
thing I like
really.
about this is this. This is just nice. I like to be able to see things at a glance, and I think they've done a great job with this.
All right.
Looking at the ratings. So let's get back to the card because that's where I think you're. This is
Yeah.
so. What does this? What's the straight up triangle? The sort of
Okay.
outline. What does
So
that mean?
okay. So for the Pirates, if you say we're playing at Riverfront Stadium,
Hmm.
1972,
Or Three River Stadium, even better.
sorry, three. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, hold on. Let me pull up the Reds and we can play at Riverfront Stadium. Hold on.
Okay.
Uh, hold on. Give me a second here.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so I have the. So this is also playing without like you can roll weather effects. We'll just say we're playing based off what the card says. Okay, so if you have the upside down triangle that's filled in,
Right.
you then have to roll the d20. Since he would be he's a right-handed batter. He would have to roll a 1 or a 2 at Riverfront Stadium.
Okay.
Three Rivers Stadium, he would get to because it's AstroTurf. He'd have to roll a 1 to 11.
Okay.
And now, if you see the 1-9 result against the righty,
Hmm.
that is not an automatic flyout. That would be so. Unfortunately, if we go back to say,
Okay. Thank you, David. I'm just one quick, David or Tim. He's saying since we're
all
getting
right,
echo, just going to listen while you fill out strat squishies. David, thank you for coming on.
thanks, David. All right,
Okay.
all right. So anyway, so let's just say we get the 1-9 against the righty. So because he's a right-handed batter at Three Rivers, he would need a 1 or a 2. At Riverfront, he would need a 1 to 3. However, if he was a left-handed batter at Three Rivers, he would need a 1 to 6. At Riverfront, they plays better to the right field line, so you need a 1 to 12.
So the other thing I'm not seeing in this, maybe John would know, is I'm not seeing where. So because I have the Mets as the home team, is that going to have Shea Stadium? It's taking those effects into account for
Let's see.
Shea.
Hold on. Let me get the Mets here so I can get that for you.
So yeah, if you have the '86 season, I'll pull up Strawberry if you want.
Or yeah,
Anybody you want. Anybody you want.
Okay. Here's 70. So we'll stick with 72 Mets or 86 Mets. I don't have. So you go back to like 80s. So like this. I'll tell you what. I don't think that they would have like what their effects are.
Okay. I was just
Um,
curious how that might work. Have you played Stratmax at all?
I have not.
Okay.
So yeah, I would that would be something that I should probably get now that I see it has the stadium ballpark effects, but not the real stadium picture.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, well, when I play, I'll show you guys how I play this game. Because and I'm usually playing it on a larger screen. I'm sorry, I'm doing this on a small screen right now. So, John, the way I do it is I turn fast mode off, and then I leave the dice roll, and then in other words, I just use the cards. Um, that's how I play. I don't even look at that picture back there. And then that's how I play the game, roll the dice. And what I like about this is just watching them roll and watch the, like, so
Now, can you set up whether this is basic or advanced or super advanced?
to my knowledge, no. And John is saying that he didn't see any way
Okay, so this
to
is
change
essentially just this is super advanced, whether you like it or not.
whether you like it or not. Yeah, I haven't seen anything other than that, because even if I get out here, I've looked around, and there's just that basic stuff, and that's it. So yeah, so then you just roll the dice, and I like what it does. So you can, I like, this is better than Apago in that way. So there we go, there's a split reading already. And how about that? So Vic Davalio gets a double, and then if I want to check the field, just boom, and there we go.
Okay, so then you
What
hit their 7.
now? Right now, an Achilles heel. Now there we go. So they're open air stadium, and this is grass. We're playing on grass, and
Yep.
it's capacity. There's one thing that I really like that Apago does that this doesn't. So you can see we have the defense ratings here, but what I don't have is any sense of Vic Davalio's speed. So I
Yeah.
know as a Pirate fan, Davalio was fast, but if I'm playing a team that I'm not terribly familiar with, I've got to actually click on that player and sort of go out of the game to look at that, and that I don't like. Whereas Apago will say fast runner, average runner, slow runner. At least it
Or
gives me
if you could hover over a runner on base and just have their speed come up,
exactly,
it'd
that would be nice.
fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah. So with Davalio, if he was on first, I would try for a steal at this point, because I mean these
Yeah.
Mets are tough. Let's face it. Not that,
That's the one thing I do not like about Stratomatic. It makes it almost impossible to try steal third.
I've noticed that. Why is that?
I I don't know if they think that that it should be harder because it's I guess shorter distance for the catcher to throw, but the only way that I would at least try it is if both the pitcher, so you have to use the hold rating for the pitcher
Mm-hmm.
and the arm for the catcher. If they're both in the plus range and you get a good jump and it goes, so if you click on the cards, you go if there's somebody with a run rating,
Mm-hmm.
it's the second number that's there's like a first number, then a dash, and then a second number.
Okay.
It's the second number that you have to use if you're stealing third.
Gotcha. So John says he never tries stealing third, so he doesn't notice.
And the thing is, you have to get and of course there's the jump thing in.
Well, we're just having fun. Let's try it with Davalio. Let's try to steal.
Okay, so first you're probably gonna have to try to roll for a jump and see if you get it, or does it just say steal?
So offense has choice.
Attempt steal.
So a safe chance, wow, is only 30%.
Yeah.
And then get lead. Let's attempt it. Let's see what
Yeah.
happens.
Let's see what happens. Yeah. Runner is away from his base. Unable to get a lead. Okay. So then he cannot go.
Okay.
So yeah, number one, he has to get the lead, and number two, it's like if it's not even like maybe 45%, but do you really want to make the out at third?
Well, no.
With only a 45% chance. I'm like,
right.
Which is amazing how many times you see third get stolen in a game, like a real MLB game.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. And that's another thing I guess that the thing is though is that, so for double steals, at least if you're trying to steal third, they throw to third automatically, and the runner gets to go to second no matter what.
Right. John says he feels that Strat has a great stealing system. He says, especially for games without one pitch mode. Hey, Midlife. He says to steal third, a runner must
Must
establish a good
establish
lead.
a good lead. Yep, absolutely. It's the same thing for stealing home.
Oh well,
which,
yeah. Whew.
which the funny thing is, it's like Paul Molitor in the '80s stole home not egregiously amount, but enough
Right, right.
to where it's like, remember did it once against the Indians. Yeah, and it's like it should be. It's like -6 or -8. I have to bust out the rules again to see what the subtraction is for stealing home.
Right.
That's ridiculous. But it's supposed to be. It's not really supposed to happen all the time.
No, no. And a guy that actually stole home a lot, if you want to call it that, is somebody might surprise you, was Lou Gehrig.
Huh.
Yeah. Lou Gehrig was known to steal home occasionally. Of course, Jackie Robinson, that's how he used to
Yeah.
unnerve people.
Yep.
So John,
-9, as midlife crisis says. So you have
okay,
to
yeah,
take away at least so at minimum you're getting a 55% chance if it's the second number is a 20.
yeah.
And if the second number is like a 14, you're already down to a 5. So a 20% chance.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty
no pitcher hold
sure.
ratings. Yeah.
So what's nice about this? I don't know if you ever want to check it out, Tim. For the first few months, it's $14.95 a month. It's not bad. I
Right.
mean, and it has every
That was like,
season. It goes back
yeah.
to 1871, which is damned impressive.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, is I think they wanted to get away from if people were going to quote unquote steal this, like take screenshots of all the
The cards, right? Yeah,
cards. You know, wow, that's a good stat, Twain.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. How about that's a
they'd rather
lot?
people do whether people do it at $15 a month than $5 a month.
Right, right. I
So
mean, where I think this would be nice for strat players is I know because I'll check strats cards and dice, the component, and there have been seasons, printed seasons that haven't been available forever. And again, depending upon how, for the strat player that really is tired of waiting for, I don't know, whatever season. All right, let's say 1979. You had mentioned that.
for my behalf, 1995.
Okay, so 95. If you wanted to spend that, you could play the 1995 season, and I believe you can do manual input in this game. I believe you can. Yes, you can actually. It's somewhere here. You can
But
do that.
but I don't want to have the thing of like, but me showing it on my, not having a, way to record off the computer,
Right.
would be me having just the names there, and then,
True. True.
that'd be essentially it'd have to be something I have to play on my own.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
And trust me, I don't think I probably don't mind doing that now. It's sort of
Mhm.
like everything it's like, oh, when are you going to put stuff on the channel? It's like, can I just play something for myself? Which is
Right.
sort of why I've played like strat hockey so much.
So he says Vic Davalillo stole third 3 times that season without getting caught. So, yeah, I mean, you don't. See, I don't know because somebody else was telling me, or I was reading somewhere that actually steal of third, it just intuitively feels more risky to me because again, the pitcher's throwing, just at 90 feet, not
Mhm.
120 feet to nail a guy at second.
And also that's the reason why you don't see left-handed throwing catchers.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
And then
Um,
the fact that we haven't had one in 35 years. So
but see that begs the question then, going back to if I was playing a dead ball game, stealing third was pretty common, because you were hitting and running. You would have your cleanup hitter bunting, laying down sacrifice bunts and stuff like that, or getting a hit and run going or what have you. So what I've noticed just out of the rip is that Apago, and I don't know because it has like a micromanager that you can play against. It actually plays dead ball baseball better than this.
yeah,
Yeah, and I don't know why. If it's because there's a kind of AI in Apago, but when you get out of the dead ball era, you get into the live ball era. Both games they're really good. They're really good. It's just
well,
Apago has the edge in dead ball.
I'll go back to what midlife crisis just says, and I could see why he would say that it's partially because the first base or the second baseman is not standing directly on the base.
Right.
You know,
Right.
so it's essentially you can get as big a lead as long as you got your eye on the second baseman usually, and then somebody, the third base coach will have or first base coach have an eye out for the shortstop
Hmm.
to sneak in behind you. But yeah, I could see how they would say it'd be easier because sometimes it's just you can walk there.
Right. Right. Um, yeah, I was just curious to get your thoughts of this game, and especially when you were talking about the cards, because I had a guest on here last year when I had, and Dwayne has a trivia question here. I mean, I'd like to say Jackie Robinson, but I'm probably wrong because Dwayne putting that out there, he knows I would answer Jackie Robinson. Is it Ricky? I wonder if it's Ricky.
No, I don't think Ricky ever stole home.
Oh wow,
Okay, if he did, it wasn't the straight steal. It was probably part of a double steal.
because Jackie Robinson, there was a game that he was walked, stole second, stole third, and stole home.
Well, there was Ellie De La Cruz did that this year or last year.
Oh wow, that is so cool.
Within like minutes, though, like
That's
he did it
that's
like
incredible.
almost immediately.
Ty
Yeah,
Cobb. Oh wow, okay, makes sense. Ty Cobb,
yeah. And the thing would be that against the left-handed pitcher, it's easier to do.
easier.
Because, yeah, because you got to back to him.
Exactly, exactly.
Nothing I can do about that being left-handed myself. So
I'm a lefty as well. Hey, nice. So midlife says he will only attempt third with one out, usually only with no outs, rarely.
yeah, because I will always play the cardinal sin of you don't make the first or third out at third base.
Right, right. So Cobb stole home 21 more times than the next player. I've never, in baseball games I've seen live, I've never seen a steal of home. I would love to see that. Oh my God.
Oh,
Could you?
there's a good one. I don't know if I saw this game in person, but I've always seen the highlights. So God bless Real Cormier's soul. He passed away about 4 or 5 years ago. Was pitching for the
Memory
Red
eternal.
Sox.
Hmm.
Yep. Left-handed pitcher, and Omar Vizquel just essentially comes right down the line and steals home without him even looking, or
Really?
without him even feeling it. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
That's
there's
crazy.
been a few of those that left-handed. I think Grady Sizemore might have done it once or twice. Like essentially, left-handed pitcher, he just goes down the line. And you get that good. You get like 5 steps off of third base. Because third baseman's playing off the line, and
Right.
holding, and usually doesn't go back to go to the base after every pitch.
Could one argue that's the most exciting play in baseball at the end of the day?
Do you like it over the triple or the inside the park home run?
Ooh, see, the triple is my favorite hit. I
Yeah,
love triples.
yeah.
You know that. Um,
because the excitement builds once they hit second. Trust me, that's a long way to run.
it is. It is. And even though you're a pro athlete, man, you're hitting third, right? You're going for third and you're already, yeah.
So let's take a thought of this. So
Okay.
a meter is let's see, it's 3.1 feet.
Okay.
Because if you ever look down the right field line at Rogers,
They're in metric, right?
yeah, it's 100 meters at 310 feet. So
Mhm.
so you figure if they're running 90 feet, and this is not a straight line, you have to maybe pause a little bit and turn.
Yeah, you do. You got to make that cut.
So you're
Right.
talking about running 270 feet, maybe a little bit more because it's not, you maybe have that extra step for being a right-handed batter. And then you have to sort of pause a little bit and then restart a little bit. So you're kind of if you can run that fast without losing acceleration, not to be
Right.
all sciencey, but you may have to slow down in order to turn and get on the bag.
Hmm.
And then and that's if you're cutting it really close, because a lot of people go out really wide, and then you have to keep going to that with the top speed, hitting 2 bases.
Right.
Yeah.
And what makes it different than the other sports? So when you think about, and I'm not selling those guys short, but if you're right? If you're a football player, right? So you're a wide receiver, you're a running back. Listen to me talking football terms. Oh my God. You're basically, you might be doing some kind of zigzagging, but you're largely running straight. In baseball, you're doing angles, angles, angles. And at that kind of
Yep.
speed, an inside the park home run and or a triple, wow,
Hmm. Yeah.
that's crazy speed.
Yeah.
Midlife tells us, he says, the most exciting things he ever saw was J-Roll in his last at bat of the season needed a triple to go 40, 20, 30. He had it down the line, and everybody in the park knew he was going to try for a triple, and he made it.
Made it. Nice. It's sort of like there was a game where Carlos Gonzalez, then of the Rockies, needed a triple for the cycle, and he hit one I think in the gap, and everybody knew. And he would have been out had there been a decent throw, but I guess the throw got away from the third baseman, and he made it.
Wow.
Yeah,
And,
usually an eighth inning, if it's a 4 or 5 run game, and they're
mhm.
going for a cycle, third base coach is going to send them.
Well, and we know what, I mean, statistics show us why that's such that's a tough hit. I mean, inside the park home runs, I think there's a lot of things that have to go on for them to happen. But like a
Yep.
triple as a straight hit, the man who owns the lifetime record for triples is Sam Crawford with 312, and that is never going to be broken. No one's even come
No,
close.
no.
No one's come close to Sam, and he played in the dead ball era, and that was the big hit in the dead. You were considered a slugger if you were hitting triples.
Plus, the dimensions were a lot bigger.
For almost all those ballparks. Yeah, I can't imagine a lot of triples were hit in Baker Bowl, but I bet a ton were hit in Forbes Field, for instance.
Actually, the two biggest triple parks now are Comerica in Detroit and
Hmm.
whatever they call the San Francisco ballpark.
Yeah, I don't know what they're calling it
Literally,
this year.
literally, they call it Triples Alley, and I know why. Because if it gets in, usually it's between right field and center field in that little alley there.
Right.
Forget it. Anybody with decent speed is going to get three bases.
So the modern Billy Hamilton in 2018 says Dwayne was clocked at 10.39 seconds from home to third. That's insane.
Yeah,
That's just
that is.
that's like the Star Trek kind of rainbow effect when the Enterprise goes into warp. That from the first Star Trek movie. That's what I think of when I see something like that. But I just
What I
love triples
kind of
because
know about that is the Star Trek, the recent Stern pinball game
yeah,
has warp 1, warp 2, and they go to like warp 9.9.
yeah.
Oh, well, look at a big. Sorry, I just had a football game on, and a big guy was trying to cut back across the field and fell down. I'll give him credit. He ran a decent way for a guy that's probably 260, 270.
Oh, sure. I mean, I think the reason I love triples so much is because it doesn't matter who you're rooting for. You're at that ballpark, everybody is going crazy, right? Because you defense, if your team's on defense, you want them to nail the guy in third, and of course. But even if he gets in, everybody in the stadium is going to applaud that because
Mhm.
a baseball fan knows a triple that's a pretty damn rare hit. Not rare like again, stealing home or hitting for the cycle, or even more so hitting for a natural cycle, which,
Yeah,
yeah. But
I couldn't even tell you when the last natural cycle baseball. The last natural cycle was Gary Matthews Jr. in 2006.
wow,
Yeah,
I've had a cycle once in just playing like digital baseball on this channel. It was and it was Jimmy Fox, but it wasn't a natural cycle. I've never had one of
I
those.
I had one. I didn't even realize it.
You had a natural cycle or a cycle?
Not a
Which
natural, just a cycle.
okay, really? What happened? How could
I
you not know?
I, I just it just was it was the 2016 Twins, so I guess I really didn't care.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
And so, like, it wasn't until I was doing the recaps of the game, I go, wait a minute, this guy just hit for a cycle. Unfortunately, it was not as good as my 8 2/3 no hit innings for the McCormick game that I showed on your channel, but
Yeah,
you know,
you read my mind because I was going to remind you about that, and then I thought, no, I've heard Tim enough about that, but now you said it, so it's fair game, brother.
yeah, yeah, it's
Oh
easily
my!
the furthest I've ever gotten, for a no hitter. But I'm still waiting for my first. I'm kind of jealous of, Robert has Bill Swift from 1994. You know, you, I think Al had one for Roger Clemens. I was like, damn it, I've been doing this for 10 years now, just about, and I
So
still haven't got one.
I've had one too, and it was Scott McGregor threw a no hitter one night on here. I was doing it was a baseball for Windows broadcast, and it was like so there's like 14 people here right now. I don't know, like word gets out in the community because by the time we're going into the ninth, there was like 30 some people, and a channel of this size. That's because usually you're getting about on a good night, and that's even with the big channels, you're getting about 5% of the amount of people that subscribe to your channel. There was like
Yeah,
30 some people in here, and at that time, I think there was something like I don't know. I was about 10%. I was like at 300 subscribers, or I don't like to family members, and it was insane. There's like 30 some people watching Scott and or listening to Scott McGregor. So, but to make you feel better, Tim, I've been playing digital baseball since the 90s, and that's the only no hitter I've ever had that I've seen. In our first McGreevy league, we had a perfect game, but we didn't realize it until toward the end. Tim Keefe pitched a perfect game, which is another reason why we're using Out of the Park this time because you can watch entire games or highlights in that rather than just reading a game log. But yeah, so I had a perfect game, never saw one, but did have a no hitter. But it took from 1995 to that was 2023 was the no hitter. Robbie Wartburg, may his memory be eternal. That shit. I got to tell you this. So he buys baseball for Windows, okay? And in the first week, and he showed me the proof, two no hitters in the same week.
Jesus.
How do you even do? He's like rubbing it. He's like, I just had two no hitters. I
Uh,
said, no, you didn't. And he showed me the box
okay,
scores.
so
Damn it.
midlife crisis. If I make it to 45 years playing cards and dice, which I won't. Well, actually, I could. I'd be mid 70s if I got to that point. Okay, that makes me feel better.
Yeah,
And then
it's
Demos said that Corbin Carroll of Arizona had 17 triples. I understand that guy has the quickest first step I've ever seen.
oh
One
yeah,
of the quickest first steps coming out of the box. I mean, there are great athletes in 2025 baseball. It's just
great
can't.
World
And
Series, man.
there are many things that I cannot. It's like I mean, I'll admit I fell asleep like seventh or eighth inning of Game 7 of the World Series.
Did you?
Yeah,
I
I
was
missed.
oh my god, I was glued. I wanted Toronto to win that one, and they had a chance. But well, look at it.
That's so
Dwayne's
cool.
going to throw in 1961 Braves replay. He had back-to-back games with a cycle. Unusual for the Cardinals, and then Hammer and Hank did it against the Cardinals in
Yeah,
their next game.
Hank
What are
Aaron,
the odds?
Hank Aaron's had a great year for the community. Dwayne had a cycle for him. I don't know if you follow Spokane Steve.
I don't know who that. No, I don't.
Okay,
Who
so
it?
there's a guy named Spokane Steve that's doing a 66 full MLB replay.
Oh wow,
Had a 4 homer game for Hank Aaron.
wow.
Yeah,
I'll have to check out his channel.
yeah. It's a fun little, he doesn't take it too seriously. Plus, every seventh inning, he takes the webcam off and shows off his cat.
Nice. Still not going to be any. Sorry, Spokane, Steve, if you're listening, but Tabby is, David
Okay.
says
First
he
cycle 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks.
Okay.
Oh, that was your first one. Okay.
Greg Gagney with a spoon, as I believe
Gag me
Chris
with a
used
spoon.
to call him. Gagney with a spoon.
Midlife says first was 1979 David Palmer versus 1979 Palmer versus 1975 Reds. Perfecto playing basic strat. It's summer of 1980 when he was 9 years old. Thought, wow, but big deal. Laugh out loud. Had to wait 45 years to get another one. That's incredible.
Uh,
I'll check him out, John. He says
yeah.
Spokane Steve's a good guy. I'd definitely
Usually
check him
about
out.
4:30 in the afternoon. Usually 6 or 7 days a week. I thought it was about 4:30 usually.
All right, I'll try to catch him tomorrow. I'll look for him.
If he does the Sunday game, if not, then just catch him on your day off, or because usually you're off on Mondays.
So at the top of Spokane Steve's cat's name is Mookie. All
Mookie.
right. Did you check out Did you see Baseball Maelstrom's showing off the payoff pitch PC alphabet?
I've seen Ron's version. I think I've seen
I
Al's
I
version.
think Dave did it too, didn't he? Dave Gardner, I think so, as well.
Possibly, yeah. I think they think Dave's might have been the one I caught. Yeah,
Okay, it seems to play really well. And they're
yeah,
just in an alphabet. The cards look beautiful. He was hovering over players, and the cards look fantastic.
yeah. That's what they need to kind of have is like you can like either have their full card come up or I mean it's a good little first step, and there's always room for improvement for I mean, how this baseball max is already like the card quality, like you're not guessing of like if you try to pull it up from the Strat PC,
Hmm.
oh, they HR or TRPL or the ballpark effects is like it's so unreadable. Like this is
Right.
so much better. But
Oh, it
the thing is,
is.
though, is that if you get the PC game, you know what 25 men are going to be on the roster
Right.
or 40 men are going to be on the roster.
Hmm.
Now, I do my best to try to guess, and if I miss one, then I don't think anybody cares if they're going to be coming off the bench anyways.
So here's something I don't understand about Strat, and it's a great baseball game. But okay, so every season's available here. You can buy every season for the PC game. But why doesn't Strat do a at least maybe a print on demand? It would cost you a bit more, but there are people who have been waiting for seasons for years. Why not do that if the demand's there?
Oh,
Okay, it's going to cost you $15 extra, but we'll print it on demand for you. So
but,
like APA, all the seasons are available in APA, but not in Strat. Wonder why
but
that
you think
is.
with as much as they charge for shipping that they'd be able to afford having all the seasons printed.
Right. Well, I know I was watching
I,
David Baseball Demos do a Strat unboxing, and I mean that's a huge package that he got. I forget
yeah,
how many
it's
seasons it was,
essentially it's like if well, they used to do like a mailer if you got just like one kind of carded season.
but
But if you got like multiples, they usually put them in a whatchamacallit. And then of course the one new kind of the board that I used to shelf the base runners, there was a big crease in the middle of it. But
oh, okay.
you
I
know,
remember when we played back in college, the card stock I thought was pretty good,
they
but I'm hearing
improved it, but I've not bought a recent
mhm,
season to judge. Like
right.
76 is the most recent that I've bought from them. But it's like I said, I've already got enough seasons as is, and would, and I could, I think they were offering 30% off of hockey again. I was like, well, I could go get one of them, and it's like,
Yeah.
they're only played as sort of like a in between, to try to take my mind off of baseball because who wants to play baseball? I mean, I'm sure you do, but it's
Well,
like
I do,
there
but
are other games that you play.
oh yeah, there's yeah other non-sports. Oh yeah, I mean I'm a big non-sports gamer, but yeah, but I think I'm pretty much the only person, the only male at least in North America that is a baseball only fan. I truly believe that. I haven't met anybody on here that says, "Yep, I'm like you, baseball only." Ken Castro, he's a hockey fan as well.
Yeah.
I know a lot of you guys are American football fans and stuff like that. So
I
I'm
mean,
alone. I'm alone, man.
this is the only thing on it. Although I have sort of boycotted my hometown football team because they're awful.
So if I was a Steelers fan, I would have a comment for that. But since I'm not, I won't. you know.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you've got three head coaches in the last 60 years or
So
50 years.
John he says, oops, because people have been collecting strat seasons to resell them later. Interesting hypothesis
But
there.
then do you really think that like if you bought one of those black sets that you're going to be able to resell them for like double or triple? I mean, yeah, there's a sort of rarity factor to it, but is it rare enough that you're going to be able to like, for all we know, there could be a down part to this hobby. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I mean, I'd like to still think it'd be going on. But I mean, is it going to go the way of the VHS tape?
Yeah, I don't get the whole because so I mean, John, I'm not and I'm not disputing you at all, my friend. But like so APA has all the seasons, but yet people still they'll go on and they want maybe they say the 1975 season, but they want that season when it came out that year or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
But that still hasn't changed the fact that you can buy any season from them. So I don't know. I don't know what how. I mean, I know I'm being unfair and asking people to try to get into Hal Richmond's head, but if I'm guessing he's still running things. So right, he is still with us, right?
Yes, he is, from what I
Okay,
understand. Yeah.
because he always plays. Somebody told me at tournaments he always plays the 1927 Yankees. So and whatever. But I just find it interesting because Strat, you can look here in Baseball Max and how many users are online, and it's pretty amazing. This is a pretty big community on here, so people are really liking this game. So
One game that dropped recently that people are raving from play.com is yeah.
horse racing game,
And like how like and it's like sort of the game of the flavor of the month. It's like remember Dave Gardner for like a month straight did bank shot basketball, and he after that month hadn't done a game since until recently.
right?
Um, and it's like okay, so you have a game out. I mean, but then again, I remember I think it was one of the tabletop Earls did the one that's in Oklahoma did the Apple
Hmm.
Racing, and I was
Right.
like, hey, that's sort of fun to do when it's sort of around Triple Crown time. But
Hmm.
like, if you're gonna do that like full year, eh,
So what was I was so another game that I used to see people play a lot on in the community that I don't see really anybody playing anymore is Pine Tar Baseball. That was kind of like boom, everybody seemed to be playing it, and then it was just gone. I mean, I don't even know if anybody plays that game anymore, if it's still around or not.
I'm trying to think who even I know like there was somebody that used to show up in the chats that had it. Maybe uh, Vermont Earl, I think, may have had it.
Hmm.
Um, or one of the Earls may have had it, and it's like, okay, like number one, it's have you done anything recently to keep yourself in the news? But it's sort of
Right,
hey, also it's you don't have Sports Illustrated now only comes out once a month,
right. That used to
so
not be the case, but yeah.
right, and then like does the sporting news still do print?
No, oh no, oh my God, no. They stopped. I think they stopped in 2006 or something like that.
Okay, so then you've lost every opportunity to show off new games. Like, okay, that was the part of the okay, yeah, great. There's all these, ads for games or whatever, and blah blah blah. Okay, yeah, I know I'm not gonna be able to get them, so I just skipped right by them. But it's like, God forbid there'd be, places where you could sort of, hey, we're still selling this game
Right.
for Pine Tar. We're
Well,
still
it's
relevant here.
it's around. It's here. It is. It is still here, and pretty reasonably priced seasons too.
And from what
All
I
things
understand,
considered,
wasn't it like all of them were like uncut sheets and like you would have
I
had to
think
print them
so.
out
I think
yourself?
so. Yeah,
Then you
maybe
kept
that's how they keep the prices down on the seasons, perhaps. Because I'm looking at so season price. Let's see. So for 1982 is 54.99. That's considerably cheaper than Strat and Appa.
how much is let me see how much the 2025 season is for Strat.
Because there was another game that we were talking about on the channel a few weeks ago, and I almost had a coronary looking at the price of the seasons. It was like $100 and some. I'm like, oh my God,
Yeah.
it better make me coffee in the morning, among other things.
What are you expecting to be Rosie the maid from the Jetsons?
Pretty much. Pretty much. Wow. I don't remember the game now. Shit. Because this guy, and it's really, it's like has like this advanced version and there's a classic version. I forget what it's called now.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, strap before shipping. Well, oh, yeah, and if you want to add the additional players, it's $84.
ouch.
Yeah. Like, oh, wait till next year. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I guess the argument though can be made. So let's say so a strat season is again okay without the extra players. How much is a strat season before shipping?
57.
Okay, so $57, and if you just play with that season, um, I guess the bang you're getting for your buck though is pretty good. Try because you're not you go to a movie. What's a movie cost you for a like a hour and a half 2 hour movie? As opposed to buying a strat season
I
or an
can
APA
I
season,
can
right?
tell you this: the theater that I go to, it's $8 before 5 and $10 after 5.
Wow.
Yes, that's a great deal.
That is a great
Usually,
deal, actually. I mean, that's why I said wow, because around here it's not like that.
there's a Phoenix theaters. There's about 5 or 6 of them, and it replaced a Regal Cinema, which
Hmm.
I believe is like $14 after 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock.
Hmm.
I'm like, the only time I go to them is if, and they usually have like specials on a Tuesday.
Okay.
Like, but it's dependent on where you are. It's not like a set price. And then there's another theater that's like $9 for matinee, which isn't so bad. But I think
Right.
it's
No, it
13,
isn't.
13 for the post matinee or something
So
like that. Yeah,
let's see, season ticket was mentioned pricey, and I've heard that because I wanted to try this game. And somebody said it's pretty expensive. Um, so let me see.
well,
Uh,
also you have to figure if you're putting out the seasons yourself, you got to spend all that on
okay,
ink, and
so
you know,
well, full season started $69.
yeah.
So wow, yeah. Okay, somebody's got to tell Clay, don't put light blue on white. This is really bad web design. It's just really bad. You don't do that. But okay, so 1986 is 9750. Now does
Holy Nikes!
does that come with is that all the players? Does anybody here play season ticket
Let's see
that would
here.
know that?
Hold on. Printed player cards for all 26 teams.
Here, let me
Four.
make this easier to read. Is that better if I do this? There.
So it looks like 415 batter cards,
And
28
312
cards
pitcher
per.
cards. So 28 per team. So that's not going to be the
Yeah.
full.
So no.
Okay.
Well, hell, there was a team that used like 40 pitchers last year.
So you have to buy the PDF files. Okay, is what it says. If you need card images for the 231 extra players, you can also buy the PDF files for the season here.
Yeah.
So
Well,
where this is again where I will not saying that it's better, but at least with digital baseball, I don't I if I buy a season for Action PC baseball, I've got every player. And
well,
I mean I understand why. I get it. It's there's no print cost there for Dave to do that,
right,
right? Or
right.
out of the park, if I play a season or pure sim baseball, all of those players are there. I just think for not like you have to pay this amount. That's pretty expensive. I think only because I want him to make a PC version of this and retire Baseball Mobile. So Dwayne says what? That's little over half the players for the 1985 season. Oh yeah, I thought I was looking at 1986. Apologies, folks. But wow, but a lot of people like this game. A lot of people really like this
Yeah,
game.
yeah. I mean, it's okay. I mean, as much as I want to love these other game companies, and great, the variety is the spice of life, and not everybody's going to like the same thing. So please, Robert
Right.
loves his inside pitch baseball. I love watching him do it.
So do I. So do I.
I may be a strat guy for life. It's sort of the way it plays smooth for me.
Yeah.
I'm not. I mean, I do like the fact that there is batter and pitcher, pitcher than batter interaction. And I do get like that what Demos was saying, like Wade Boggs strikes out like 40 sometimes. There should be no way that because, whatchamacallit, uh, you get like, oh, I don't know. I'm trying to think who was probably some of the better pitchers in the 80s. Like Nolan Ryan. Like,
Hmm.
say you roll 3 times off of Nolan Ryan's card.
Right.
Ryan has still been in the National League in '86. So, but still, yeah,
Right.
you get a decent pitcher that was a Cy Young winner that wasn't on his team or a Cy Young like finalist.
Hmm.
It's gonna happen. Like the strikeout in the late '90s are going to be inflated a little bit if you're going to roll off Randy Johnson or Pedro Martinez's card.
Right.
You know,
Is it? Do you guys and Tim and everybody else? Do you guys think the two, not only with printing costs, but I mean, let's be real. If you're playing, even using, I mean, and Dwayne, I know you're using Digital Diamond as a board game companion, but would the reasoning be if we go away from the board game companions that are out there now, Action PC about to join those ranks? Do you think because it does right? Like imagine somehow if you had the money, and there I know there are guys out there that can do it, that own every season that's available in Cards and Dice for Stratomatic Baseball. But how could you ever play all of those, right? Like, is it that because maybe because my sensibility is largely digital, maybe I'm looking at this the wrong way. I'm thinking, wow, that's super damned expensive. But then I'm thinking, if I wanted to replay the 1971 season and I wanted to play every team, that's going to be a chunk of time. But the money I've spent on that season becomes pennies for having fun and replaying just one season. Maybe that's, I need to look at it that way.
yeah. And that's sort of the thing. Like, if I get, let's see, I've done, well, let's just say 2016, for example. I
Okay.
did 2 pitcher replays.
Right.
I
You
did
did.
a 1 team full season.
Hmm.
I did a 14 game stretch for the 2016 Indians.
Okay.
And then I did the 2016 World Series.
That's you got good value there.
Yeah.
Great
So
value
I,
there.
so I got, let's see, 162 games for the Twins. About 60 or so, about 70 games for let's say about 65
Hmm.
for the pitcher. So that's 220 plus the 14 games for the Indians. So about 240, and then I think it was 6 games for. So I got about 250 games out of it. We'll round up.
Yeah. So I mean, it's really good. I mean, the hobby is good value for money. It's that sticker shock maybe that I'm looking at in front of it. Now that being said, I have so many digital baseball games, and so somebody could just argue back with me and say, well, yeah, you're talking about the price of cards and dice, but look how many digital games you have, and look what you spent
And
in Action PC, even with sales. That was a pretty
Dave,
significant investment.
that's part of the reason why I've not bought Strat, because I have the '97 season. The only thing I've played is like I had tried to do a like '97 Indians versus 2016 Indians. I got kind of backburnered that. I don't know if I'll ever finish it, but
Hmm.
it was not going well for the '97 Indians. And '98 I haven't really played. My goal is probably to possibly do like all games for '98.
Right.
So I could get all the great '98, and then plus you play full season, you get McGuire and Sosa and all the home runs you could get there.
Right.
So like if I'm going to spend the money, I at least want to be able to play it, not just throw my money and have it sit in my closet.
And David up here says he has many strat seasons he's bought, but it's barely played. And I will, you know what? I'm going to own up to the same, David. I bought everything for Action PC Baseball, and there's seasons I've never touched, and I never will touch. To be honest with you, I've just got this completionist attitude when it comes to that game. It's like, well, okay, I'm not going to play. The most I might do with 2025 is I loved the 2025 World Series, and it'd be fun to just offline just play it again, just because it was so exciting to see if it could be that way again, because it was a great World Series. But
It's probably been the best in the last, probably the best since 2016.
well, I would even say this. I and I will see if we get any. If I get any blowback here, I'll go so far to say that in my lifetime, it's one of the top 5 World Series in my lifetime. And
I'll put 90 in my lifetime that I can remember. I'll put
right,
1991 World Series as the top, and I barely watched any of it.
okay,
Like, I'll admit, like 97. Okay, I'm biased a little bit. So it wasn't that great because the Indians lost, but it was a good World Series. I mean, the Indians forced a Game 7 from being down 3-2, although they were up in, I think it was Game 4 and blew it.
oh,
Yeah, and then 95. I mean, that wasn't that really that great. I mean, Atlanta was better. I wasn't so worried about that one, but it was, and then 2016. Indians blew a 3-1 lead, and it was also, I think, part that made it great was you had two teams that were trying to end World Series droughts.
right.
So, I mean, and then also 2011 was a great World Series.
It was. It definitely was. Heartbreaker if you're a Rangers fan, but
Yes, but 8 years later, you got yours back.
oh,
Or,
absolutely.
or actually, no, 12 years later, you got yours back because it's 2023 that they won. Yeah.
I just
Or
found
2022. I can't remember the year.
guys, just really quickly, this was put up in the chat here by John. So if you want to get the classic 1960 set, for instance, here, Action PC Baseball, it's zip. It's just zero. It costs you nothing. You just go at it. That's it. So if I didn't have it,
That's
I'd
awesome.
buy
They
it.
sort of like, I've got enough usefulness out of this. You can have it for free.
This is yeah. What it's crazy. Midlife here says. He says he replayed 1985 John Tudor and Dwight Gooden plus 1 game per scheduled day. A lot of games. Yeah, divided by dollars plus past season, unpaid $18 for the set 39 years ago. I mean, it is good. It is good bang for the buck, and it does go back to what we were uh, kind of talking about the hobby. There are a lot worse things we could be doing. That's for sure. Dwayne says that's why I like playing one American League team, one National League. Definitely playing every team and hopefully almost every player to get your money's worth. Definitely. And I mean, it's really, I love your replay, what you're doing. I love your projects, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you play 162 games, you're bound to, see all the players on the one team, or you'll get the stars for, and I guess now if you play anything in the last 3 years, you'll probably see the stars of every team because everybody plays everybody.
Right.
Like, now it was just sort of, okay, how if you really wanted to play like a interleague schedule from pre-1997, like, okay, so how many games are we cutting back against natural rivals?
Right.
To play like just your own, like East Central, or it'd just be East.
Right.
If you
Right.
want to do it if you want to do 94 to 96, you could do, but then again, it's also the Brewers were in the American League. So it still boggles my mind that anytime I see the Guardians and the Brewers play, it's like, wait a minute, for the majority of my young adult life, these guys were in the same league. Now it's interleague.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm, oh man, don't get me started there.
or with the Astros and the Pirates. Maybe not the biggest rival, but you played each other every year.
So John says he's playing the 1920 Yankees and being limited to the small American League is a bit boring, to be honest, he says.
Yeah.
That was a great pennant race, though, in the American League in 1920. Cleveland and Chicago going down to the wire, and then, well, we know what happened then. Cleveland finished. It was a game. It was a game ahead of the White Sox. Because remember, guys, the 7 of the 8 Black Sox were still on the team. One of them retired. I forget who it was in 1920. Maybe he knew what was coming. But that was a really good season. I don't know how the Yankees did that year though in
And
1920.
39 years later, the White Sox would get the Indians back.
Yes, they would. Yes, they would.
And yeah, I still remember my dad telling me the one time, he probably heard it from somebody else. It was like, yep, 1959, the Indians actually had a good team. They had a
Hmm.
weekend series against the White Sox. It was essentially late in the season, determining who was going to win the division, and the Indians got swept, and they were only above average a couple times
Yeah.
since then. I was like, now I sort of look back on it, I go, gee, I wonder why that was. Let's see, you had the Yankees dominating, and
Hmm.
then you had the Red Sox dominating, and then you had the Orioles dominating
And you have the
the
A's.
AL
Don't
East.
forget the A's.
Well, we're talking American League East now.
Oh, oh, American League East. Okay, you're right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
And then you had the Tigers and the Blue Jays for a few years. So it was like, okay, with one playoff spot, you had to be better than those teams. And with as much money as he may have been John DFW. That was before
I'll
Sugar
look on Baseball
Williams
Reference.
got his hands on him.
You continue, and I'll look on Baseball Reference. How's that?
Yeah, so it was like, you to be and to keep your talent. And the managers weren't great. Okay, if you finished like at 80, 75 wins. That was a successful season, but you were still probably next to last in the division every year.
Right. So
And it was like,
Maris was with Cleveland in 19. Let's see. What happened in 1958? So 57, he was with Cleveland for 116 games. Then 2 teams. Then he goes back to Cleveland. So okay. So this is just says 2 teams. I'm not seeing who the other team is. So and then he
well,
goes
slow
to
down a
Kent.
little bit.
What's
Let's
that?
see.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me pull this up, see if I can figure. Okay, so his two teams are at the bottom. He's Cleveland and Kansas, or no, Cleveland,
Yeah,
Kansas
Cleveland.
City.
Yeah, Cleveland, Kansas City. There you go. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah, so he
Kansas
goes. So it's
City.
Cleveland for 1.5 seasons or whatever that is.
Yep. Then
About one
Frank
and a half.
Trader
Yeah,
Lane got his hands on him.
yeah.
Did that for a lot of people. The Indians had Tommy Agee before he went to the White Sox and then the Mets.
What an anomaly his 1961 year is. Now that I look at things, I mean, it wasn't just that he broke the record, but he never broke. What's his
40
his
home runs even.
no 39 was his second best in 1960. Maris seeing the ball real damn good that year or something. And
He,
I all
he had a whole shitload of greenies or something like that.
expansion, right? So okay.
Well, okay, was there expansion in 61?
62 is expansion.
62, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right, with the Mets. But yeah,
Yeah.
what else? I mean, I think that's it, right?
Yeah, and then he retired before the next expansion in 69.
Right. That it just like just hit me. And I mean, not knocking Roger Maris, he definitely there never should have been an asterisk. He broke the record. But wow, I never realized that he never broke 39 home runs in his career until I'm looking now. See that?
Yeah. And then
Uh,
players
so
like
Dwayne says 61 was expansion. Okay.
California and Washington. Okay.
Okay.
That was
Thanks, guys.
probably Washington 1
Okay.
that
And he
became.
said hitting in front of Mickey Mantle didn't hurt him. No, of course not.
No, that did not hurt.
Yeah, well, if I'm going to have baseball reference, I'm going to bring this up in a different browser. I can't stand those ads. Wow. So yeah, the everybody seems to be very, very excited about the manual input. Now, Tim, do you ever see yourself at some point using a board game companion type thing or not?
uh, I mean, I keep score by hand. I
Right.
mean, I guess the pocket pennant run could take care of that for me.
Mm-hmm.
Still kind of like having you know, uh, you know, the all the paper and writing out the lineups and probably if I do a full on thing, I'm not sure. Well, I mean, I probably have to invest in a shitload of paper,
Yeah.
pardon French. I sort of like using front and back of notebook paper, and kind of
Oh, I
have a
love the way you do it. I'm just asking just for just basically just for curiosity, because as I'm finding more, there seems to be more and more people, at least that are kind of coming over to these things and saying, well, okay, I could have this and it can keep stats, and so it's going to make maybe certain projects, being able to track those stats. I wonder
yes.
at the end of my
That
replay,
would be
who led an RBI in the National League, for instance, or something, right?
yeah. I mean, it'd be a great little thing that and I like I said, if I had to keep track of 32 team stats, inputting. Now, granted, I had it real easy. It was like game 1 to 162. How I did the Indian stats from '07,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like I did all the mathematical formulas in Excel. It was pretty easy, and I could keep the running total down at the bottom.
Right.
You know, but setting them up for every player. I mean, you're only using. Let's just say this. I don't know if I'll keep pitcher hitting stats. I think I barely did because there was a few games in '07 that had it. But I mean, you know,
Right.
everything's using a board computing great, not yeah, stats
Uh,
autoplay.
it's not
Okay,
compiling the stats by hand and being able to autoplay other teams. Yeah. So I'm
yeah,
curious how Action PC is going to do it, because is it going to be like so in Digital Diamond? So Pocket Pennant Run Baseball, or so Digital Diamond. Let's talk about that one, because that's the one I think a lot of people use. And I think people forget this. The Digital Diamond Baseball, and Dwayne, you and I have talked about this. It's a really good baseball, solid baseball engine on its own. It really is. Um, and so in Action PC is as well. And I think it's going to be interesting. Well, so I wonder, for people who are doing this, right? And so Dwayne, obviously the question aimed at you, because you're the guy I see mostly doing this, um, is how much trust will people put into Action PC, Digital Diamond Baseball, to autoplay all those other games, because you're superimposing one system, and having Digital Diamond, for instance, do the housekeeping, but its engine is also playing the other games. So you know what I'm saying? Am I making sense or not? I mean, let me know if I'm not, and I'll just, yeah. This has been using Status Pro as the autoplay engine, and Digital Diamond version 13. Okay.
right. Anything is possible.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's, again, it's sort of that, if you're not you, I'm using you as, in English we don't have a word for the plural you.
Mhm.
But for many people, I think making that, it's really a paradigm shift, you know, because, well, I've been doing this way, like that. Who is that guy Ken Castro talks about? And this guy rolls up like thousands of games and has like this huge encyclopedia that he's done. And it would be fun to ask him, right? Because I'm sure you've heard about this guy, Tim. And it's like, I would love to ask him, okay, given that you've rolled all these thousands and thousands of games, would you try something like Action PC or Digital Diamond or Pocket Pennant Run or Strat PC or PC Replay to enter, right, to assist with your replays?
Yeah, I
You
mean, that's
know?
such the only thing I think about doing it is if I really wanted to be that kind of sticker. I mean, it's good to have over a long season replay.
Right.
Here is a player. Here are their stats. I mean, it made '07 a little bit more. You know, it was pretty much saying, if I go into the thing without any stats, they're like, okay, so how's he doing on the replay?
Right. Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
So,
among other things.
so this is exciting. Midlife crisis answering. So Steve Tate, you guys know that he's the guru of Action PC baseball, bar none. And I guess he was showing it off on their Discord the other night. So similar to Strat, imagine a box in the lower right corner, split into columns. H one, two, three in one column, the left column results. You click on the base and the result for each runner. That's cool. So I'm guessing there's not going to be syntax like you have in Digital Diamond. That's the
Yeah,
thing that keeps me, oh, like, so when I play Digital Diamond, I just play its engine, but I know I've got to get used to syntax because the next edition is going to have complete status pro and Sports Illustrated baseball.
well,
So I've got,
the other thing is just it seems like it's so much to be like, okay, single guy advances the third, or guy advances, or guy gets single, or it's a single guy gets thrown out at home.
mhm.
Sort of like it's sort of like you're almost like writing a line of basic code.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm even thinking of the no scrolling either, just point and click. All
Nice.
right, yeah, because I'm thinking about that play right now, Tim, and I'm wondering, and I Dwayne, he's going to be able to rattle it right off. So, what would the syntax be, Dwayne? Single,
It'd probably be like 1B plus, you
right? I don't
know,
even know like
like
how I would
eight
notate that
two out, I think, or something like that.
because
From
that can
what little I've
happen, right?
seen. Yeah, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's not just going to be single, two base advance,
Right.
you know.
Oh, so am I, John. I was talking about it earlier in the broadcast, watching Baseball Maelstrom showing off payoff pitch. So that looks really really interesting to me. But yeah, I don't know how you would write how you would even code such a play. But apparently,
Yeah,
so
that was
what
sort
would I
of the
know?
thing with Pocket Pennant Run that we were talking about with the,
Yeah.
you know,
Well, Pocket Pennant
how are you
Run,
going to do?
right? Because you can go to that manual input. And you're clicking things around, but you will still occasionally get the "that's an illegal play," and I'm scratching my head.
Yeah,
Well, wait a minute. It went here, went there, and I can't like it's terribly abstract to me, I guess. So because on a scorecard, you would know how to do it, right? You would know how
yeah,
to do that
yeah,
play, but how would you do it as again as syntax in a game? And not knocking Digital Diamond, it's awesome. It's just the syntax freaks me out, and I'd have to really think about it too much. Click on batter, click on single, click on runner. Oh, so this is for Action PC. So click on batter, click on single, click on runner on second, click on home for the runner advance along those lines. Wow. Okay, so that would even be easier than Pocket Pennant Run because Pocket Pen. I'm not
yeah.
going to fire it up here, but with
No,
Pocket Pennant Run, you've got a fielder one, fielder two. You've got to pick what play it is. But it seems like maybe Dave has looked at. I mean, it's kind of hard to, Pocket Pennant Run is a good game. There's a lot of people that have bought the game. So I wonder if he's sort of looking at what Digital Diamond did, what Pocket Pennant Run did. And boy, it sounds really clean if it really works that well. And midlife, I'm not doubting you. I'm hoping it is that smooth because I got enough dice here. You guys just might hear clackety clackety clack and whatever.
so yeah, but I guess I'm also not the, I got enough set of dice to let me go around. Although I've been
Oh
using
yeah,
the whatchamacallit, although I may in a year or two invest in a bigger dice tray like everybody else has. I thought I was getting a kind of bigger one than what I got. I mean, it works great,
uh
but
huh,
I'm still kind of looking over. And then sometimes I do kind of miss having to, just roll the dice like the old school one you've seen on that I've replayed where it's
oh
right on
yeah.
the clipboard or whatnot. But it's like as Dwayne and I have brought up, it is not a tabletop game until the dice get rolled off the table.
Yeah, yeah, right. We used to have a goofy rule about that in college, and we were playing cards and dice baseball. We had if it rolled off the table, we made it some weird rare play because we were just goofy like that.
Yeah.
But it's just so exciting. No matter like, so you say you're going to be a strat guy for life, and there's nothing wrong with that.
More than likely, yeah.
More than likely. But you know what? But I mean, all the possibilities that's there, and all the possibilities that we just have in general. Everybody can find even just that one game, and there's nothing wrong with that. That one game, you're saying this is what I want. This, even if I had all the money in the world, this is the one I want. And I think it's right. So way back in the day, you didn't have those you didn't have anything digital as far as cards and dice.
Yeah.
What did you have? You had Strat, Appa. What there was Catico, Sherco.
Right. Yeah.
There really wasn't a lot out there now, and it astounds me because people are still creating games too in a very niche market, in a very niche market, and I love it. The more baseball, the better. Whether I play the game or not, I love the fact that um, so many people are and existing games are being enhanced. It's largely more of a digital thing there, but to see these big enhancements coming up, or the big additions to Action PC. Every other year they do the big update, the big thing, and this is the year for that. And what Out of the
Yeah.
Park Baseball does every year, they keep improving the game. And people always ask me, should I upgrade? And my answer is an unqualified yes. If you want to wait for a sale, okay, but yeah, it's worth it. Um,
Gee, if only EA could do that with the Madden
oh,
game.
the Evil Empire. Oh my God. And somebody mentioned GTA earlier. So we should start making book on when the next GTA is actually going to be out. That's becoming this, right? Oh my God.
How long did it take to get Chinese Democracy released by GNR? It took
Yep.
what, 15 years at
Yep.
least?
Yes, exactly.
I was like, oh, I've got all this stuff, and it didn't end up being that good anyways.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. So one
And
click at
plus,
a
by that
time.
time,
Go ahead.
Axel had worn out his sort of
Oh
welcome,
yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
especially the one, after Hetfield got burned up in Montreal,
Mm-hmm.
and they played like two songs, and they essentially tore apart was it maybe the Montreal Forum? I think it was where it was at.
I can't recall offhand.
I know it was in Montreal. That part I do remember. Where he got burned up because he stood in the wrong space at the wrong place, and there was a magnesium kind of pyrotechnic that burned up. No, literally, that's what happened.
Right.
He had
Right. It's
the magnesium pyrotechnic burned up his hand.
That's
I'm
nasty
like,
stuff, man.
yeah. And like Guns N' Roses could have played like an extra set, and I think they played like two songs and got tired of the audience or something like that. And was, yeah, needless to say, Axl Rose is not on anybody's favorite list. I mean, I guess he did okay standing in for, I think he might have stood in for with ACDC,
ACDC, yeah, he did. Brian Johnson
but
was having some voice problems, and Axel, I guess, did part of a tour, finished a tour, or something like that for them.
right. But
Midlife crisis. The more you talk about Action PC, the more I am not a person to wish my life away, but I went next Friday, Thursday, Friday, whenever it's projected to release. I wanted to be here. I want to get home from work, and that's gonna be a day after. It's either gonna be the day of my eye surgery or the day after, and if I don't care, I'll probably be half blind. I want to, but
LASIK or cataracts, Beatles.
it's actually a whole host of nasty stuff. There's
Oh,
bad things
okay.
going on with vision. It's not glaucoma, thank God.
Okay.
But no, they're using a scalpel, baby. No laser. I'm
Oh.
freaked out. Everybody's like, "Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry." I'm like, dude,
Yeah,
there's gonna be somebody coming at my eye with a scalpel. No, I'm not happy about this.
trust me. I did a colonoscopy about a month ago. I was sort of like, I think
Yeah.
it was the second time. I was like, oh fuck me.
Yeah, well, right. I'm not looking forward to this. Everybody's like, "Oh
Yeah,
no, you'll forget." But I got
that's sort
sticker
of the reason
shock.
I never did contacts.
So I work for FedEx, and we have
Mhm.
United Healthcare, and right, we have all kinds of great benefits, right?
Yeah.
But what I
Hmm.
didn't realize was how fiscal year works with health insurance plans, right? So sorry for the
Hmm.
digression, guys, but I have to share this. And my boss told me later, he said, "Oh, bad move." Here was the bad move. Do you want to guess what my out-of-pocket cost is per eye?
I probably, if I had to guess, probably about 3,000.
No, not that high, thank God. Out of pocket per eye, I'm paying $900. And
Okay.
I was like, oh my God. Because I was expecting when they called me, right? I'm thinking, okay, it's going to be maybe, 150, maybe 200 at the most. $900. And I told our senior manager, he said, bad move. He said, you should have waited till January. He said you would have hardly had to pay anything because of the way the fiscal year thing works with FedEx and United Healthcare. But it's like I said, by then I'm not going to be able to see. My vision literally is getting worse every day. This will fix a
Jesus.
lot of it. But yeah, that's why sometimes you hear me like calling a game, I have to stop and sort of like, wait, did that wait? Oh no, I'm sorry, it's this. It's really that bad. Now I
Hmm.
can see perfectly to drive and everything, but it's just there's certain parts of my vision right now. So I'm looking at this strat card up here, and I can read it, but not as clearly as I should be able to read it, if that makes any
Hmm.
sense at all. Yeah. And I used to be able to, so you remember, everybody remembers white pages, right? Phone books, the white pages.
Yeah.
I am
Hmm.
not lying. I could read white pages from across a room. I could read them from about 30 feet away. I could read numbers on white pages back when I was in my 20s. I think that's like, I think it's called 2010 vision or something. It's like super sharp. But forget it. I mean, thank God we don't have phone books anymore, but I have to really strain. So right now, a lot of the magic that I'm learning, I have to use digital sources because my library, I can't see the books. Even if I'm wearing readers, I can't see the print. Sucks.
Yikes.
Yeah. So thanks, John. Yeah, I'm just a little bit scared, just because I don't like the idea of, and I'm hoping this guy is good, because there's just I don't like. So thanks to this community, you guys taught me how to put eye drops in my eyes. So somebody said, "Oh, you just put it like on the that side of your bridge of your nose and let it seep into your eyes." And I think Dwayne and David taught me that little trick, and so I've been using eye drops, which has been helping. But I don't even like eye drops, right? I remember, a couple, girls I've dated in the past, and like, oh, you have beautiful eyes, and they go to touch my eyes. I'm like, don't, no, they'd freak out. I'm like, I don't like anybody, even me, near my eyes. I really don't. And so I'm
Hmm.
thinking, this Thursday morning, some guy is going to be there with a knife and whack. I'm like, shit. And they tell you, right? You can't. They'll tell you can't move your eye, like, so they numb you and everything. And so my
Yeah.
mom was telling me, she's like, "Oh no," she said, "you're going to get a shot." I said, "Wait a minute, before the knife, I'm going to get a needle." She said, "Oh yeah, but you won't feel it." I'm like, "What? What?" Here's me. I don't even like to.
Oh,
If I have to rub something out of my eye, I get like tons of tissues, man. I don't. I'm like really freaky about my eyes, right? And now
yeah.
I've got to go with a needle and a knife. Oh man, I can't wait till Thursday. But to get back to baseball, no matter what, that thing releases Thursday night. Uh, I'm so excited about Action PC this year.
Now, do you have to do the thing where like you have to be like staring at the ground for a while,
For what?
like for your eye surgery?
I have no idea. I've only
Okay.
ever had one surgery in my life, and it was for cubital tunnel syndrome, and they knock you out for that. So I have. That's the other thing that freaks me out, right? Because the optometrist told me, he said, "Oh no, they knock you out, right?" So then I go to the ophthalmologist, and they do like this battery of tests. It was like a 3 hour appointment, and he said, "Yeah," he said, "you're going to be awake," and I'm like, "What?" And he said, "Yeah, yeah, you have to be awake for this surgery." And I'm like, "Oh my god!" But apparently you experience, and thank you, John, for that. Some apparently there's one of the some sort of anesthesia or some sort of pill, whatever it is, if it's the propofol or fentanyl, which also freaks me out, that you actually get
Yeah.
this sort of momentary amnesia. And a lot of people tell me that when they've had eye surgery, you actually don't remember the procedure. I'm hoping they're right, or I'm going to be suing lots of people. Oh man.
And if they don't, tell them the Men in Black flashy thing. You.
Oh man. So I'm not a big fan of the dentist. So I really take care of my teeth because I don't like dentists. I don't like the drill. And everybody used to say, "Oh, I." And so when I used to go to the eye doctor, it was just for the regular checkup. It's like, yeah, read the letters, and they're like, "Yep, you're great. Your vision's fine." This is the first time I've ever had to have anything done with my vision. Thank you, Barbara Whirlwind. It will. I do have faith. I'm just kind of, sort of scared crapless right now about it. So It'll be fine. But I just it's just like, why don't they just use the damn laser? I wouldn't
Give
be
them
half as
temporary
nervous.
amnesia.
Hit me with the laser, baby. I'm ready. But nope, it's got to be a scalpel. So Dwayne says when he had his cataract surgery, uh, they gave you an IV and it gives you temporary amnesia. See, that freaks me out though too, man. Because like I hope it better be temporary because I want to come back and remember that Ty Cobb holds the record for the most steals of home. I'm gonna sue my no. My doctor's super cool. The surgeon, he and I were talking music for a lot of the thing. It was so he's probing around in my eyes, and it was like, good misdirection, dude. And we were talking. He's turned me on to all these bands I should be listening to, and I was turning him on like, dude, you got to listen to M83 if you've never listened to them, and whatever. And yeah, it was fun. And he says, "Oh, thanks, Dwayne." Now this is a real brother. This is a real friend. He says, "Yeah, just imagine what else they do to you Beatles who don't remember." Thanks a lot, Dwayne. Man, come on, you come into this family, buddy, and you gotta. Oh man, all right, you wait, buddy. I'm only 45 minutes north of you, so I'm gonna find you down there.
Wow.
Hey, Dwayne and I are 45 minutes apart, and I'd love to get together sometime and play some Apple with Dwayne. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, I wonder how far I am from like Todd B. Probably about an
Yeah, because he's
hour ish.
Cleveland area, isn't he? Right?
No, I think he's more Canton,
More
Akron,
okay. So
Canton. So that's probably an hour.
he's south of you. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my God! Really, Dwayne? Dwayne, I'm telling you what, dude. Seriously. So yeah, he does. If anybody doesn't know, Dwayne's a lieutenant. He says, "You're welcome." Remember, I work at a prison. Just imagine what I think they can do. Do you? You suck, dude. Yes, Dwayne is in Maryland, and thank Dwayne for what he does. He's got a tough job, man. So Dwayne is a corrections officer. You're a lieutenant, right, Dwayne? I got your rank right. You're a lieutenant. So Dwayne's the guy you don't want to be. He at right. What is it? FAFO? Yeah, around and find out.
Yeah, yeah. Or Sasso, screw around and Sappho, screw around, find out.
Screw around and find out.
That's
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Screw around and
Yeah,
find out.
Dwayne's a good guy, but now for his comments, I'm going to come down there and have to. I got to come down there and beat him in some APA. So okay, he is a
Okay.
lieutenant. Awesome. Thank you for what you do, brother. Because what you guys do, man, they can't carry weapons, right? I mean, like guns. They can't carry guns except the guys in the towers, and that's incredibly courageous and keeping us safe. What you do there, I know police and firemen get a lot of love, but corrections officers should too. John says his dad grew up in Maryland and his brother still. Maryland's a pretty state too. I really like it. Really like Maryland. So Baltimore could use some cleaning up though. You guys got to do something about Baltimore, but you know, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure outside of the inner harbor, it's probably where Camden Yards is probably the dregs. Plus, we don't want to talk about the crime rate. Then probably talk about it for Cleveland's crime rate too.
Yeah, so Cleveland, I used to live in Toledo, but before I moved to Toledo, the woman that I was married to was from there. And so I would drive out from from Pennsylvania, depending on where I was living in Pennsylvania at the time, to see her. And there was one time, I don't know what happens, I'm driving to Cleveland. I know what it was. I went to my magic dealer who used to be near Euclid. Painesville
Mm-hmm.
is where he was, Painesville, Ohio.
Okay.
Um, and somehow I got myself turned around and I ended up in some bizarre place in Cleveland. It's like, okay, I've never seen this before, but it doesn't look safe, man. It was daytime, but I'm like, I got to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, there are some areas like you know. Although I will say this, there was a area, one of the high schools that won a state title for football.
Right.
Um, that's not the greatest, I guess. I mean, I had to walk one of the areas that usually wasn't that great
Yeah.
for when I did sales for a bit. I think I was
There's
only for about 4 months.
so there's one city though, because I mean I performed all over the place as a musician and a magician. So as a magician, one of the places I performed was the Renaissance Center in Detroit, and that is the only city in which I performed, which I left the city this because usually I'll stay there overnight, and then leave the
Mhm.
next day. So I've performed in Manhattan, I performed in Boston, Baltimore, wherever, right? And then in Europe, some very large European cities aren't dangerous though, for the most part. But Detroit, I was done with my show. They took me to dinner, nice 5-star restaurant downtown Detroit. And I said, all right, thank you guys. See you. And I like absolutely just warp sped out of there. That city just freaked me out. It was Detroit. I would
Yeah.
not. Oh my god.
Well, the thing is, though, is now I think I'd have to stay there overnight because it's about 2.5 hours, and I'm like,
Yeah.
now, every time I go to Columbus for a hockey game, it's, usually I'll get there, stay for the game, and then come home the same night. So
Yeah.
it's about 2 hours and 15 minutes, and even then, I'm home around midnight ish,
Yeah.
maybe 11:45. That's like, ooh, it's a little easier to do when I was in my 20s
Oh sure.
or early 30s, but
Dwayne
not
says
so much fun to do.
right. Dwayne says if we clean up Baltimore too much, then he'll be out of a job. Okay, we won't clean it up that much. We don't want you out of a job.
I think also everybody might be a little biased off of one of the better TV shows of all time, The Wire.
Yeah. Yeah. So when I lived in Ohio, I think I missed the Ohio experience because I lived in Toledo. Because Toledo is a bizarre city. Have you ever been there?
I've only stepped foot on their campus one time.
So the University of Toledo is a great school. Nice school, really nice campus. But the city's weird. I lived in Toledo for I'm trying to remember a number of years. I think like 9 years, 8 years, 9 years. I lived in Toledo. It's a weird city, man. It's a weird city.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
midazolam,
the
dude.
thing
They use that in capital punishment. Thanks a lot, Dwayne. It's one of the drugs they use.
benzodiazepine. Yeah. Well, you could also be. Well, I also lived in Columbus for almost a year, and the one thing I hated about especially the area that I lived in, you couldn't turn straight into a like restaurant or, you have to be pulled down the side street and do all this. And it's like, how
Oh
the fuck am I
wow.
supposed to know where to turn into? It might not be so bad, but this is also one of the northern suburb. Well, it was Columbus proper, but it was the northern part,
Okay.
so way away from downtown and north of Ohio State.
I've heard it's a fun city, Columbus. Though I mean, there's like a lot of cool
It
stuff to
can be,
do.
yes,
Yeah, and
yeah.
that's the biggest city in Ohio. Am I right? Columbus,
Um,
isn't that
I,
it's
I I
larger than?
don't know based off of like square miles, but
No, I mean
I
population.
will
Isn't it larger than Cleveland, population
I would
wise?
assume so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say this though: the you want to go for the loneliest drive? Go from Columbus to you go miles where there is just nothing,
And where's
nothing.
this again? From where to where?
So when I-70 splits to I-71 and 70 split,
Mm-hmm.
if you continue on I-71 to go to Cincinnati,
Right.
once you get past probably Franklin County where Columbus is,
Oh yeah. There's nothing
there
after
are
that.
no. So you better not have car trouble.
Right. Yeah. 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 Ohio is
And
it's a weird state, dude. I lived in your state for a while. It's
yeah,
interesting there.
yeah.
Southeast Ohio looks like Pennsylvania. It.
Okay, so I've not been to like Dayton or Athens or anything like that. Although I do have
Okay.
a cousin that lives in Dayton, so
Right.
I mean, I think I went to Marietta once,
Okay.
but I didn't really wasn't a No, Ohio is not that big a state. You can go east to west in 3 hours and north
Yeah.
to south in 4 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
It's
no,
that's
it
what
is
I
not that big a
noticed.
state.
Pennsylvania is not. Pennsylvania is bigger than Ohio, but it takes a little longer to go
Well,
east to west in
the
Pennsylvania, but
fact that
not
it
north
takes
to
three and a
south.
half hours to get from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia
But it feels
shows.
longer. It feels longer, and maybe that's what it is. Because you got to stay off our damn turnpike. If you're driving east, west to east, east to west in Pennsylvania, just stay on 80. Even if you got to go south, then to go somewhere, the Pennsylvania turnpike is just shit. I'm sorry, but it is. Shit. Even though it's the nation's first superhighway, the Pennsylvania Turnpike, Ohio's Turnpike is awesome because it's Interstate 80, but you guys keep it
Yep.
in great shape. It's amazing. It's like,
When it's
oh
not
my
under
God.
construction.
Well, it's not a construction. Well, always around Cleveland it is, though. It always. It just doesn't matter. You're
Or
near
actually,
Cleveland.
the city where I grew up in, Elyria, that had a lot of construction. They were
Illyria.
trying
Yeah, I
to,
used to go through Illyria, so I know what you were talking
yeah,
about. Yeah.
yeah, because they had the one where, I could, it was always jump right on that, and you could get the. Actually, that'd be where you'd have to get on to get the I-480 and I-71
Yeah.
would be the kind of ideal, or else you'd take a bunch of back. Well, I guess it's not really back roads. You got to take a couple of city routes to get to the one, and then it takes a while to get to 71 from the one
Yeah.
main route.
So
So
Midlife says he's a Pennsylvania guy. He says and he knows 3.5 hours. He says, yeah, go 90 without nature breaks, right? Yep. Somebody says
yeah,
Dayton, that's where you live. So I met some chick. I was supposed to go
okay,
down and meet in Dayton when I was living in Toledo, and she was a cutie, man. Yeah, my Irish great grandma used to run a laundry down in Dayton, so I do have some connections to Dayton, Ohio. Um, but Toledo was a weird city. It's just Toledo. But you know what? Fifth Third Field is awesome. Got to say that.
yeah. That was one of my things that I kind of wanted to do was to go to a Mud Hens game.
Oh, dude, Mud Hens games
Although
are great. They're great. So much fun.
the nice thing is that the arena where, or the field where the Columbus Clippers play, they're the Guardians AAA affiliate,
Hmm.
is literally down the street from the hockey arena.
Oh, wow.
So it's like I already know where it's at. Better than the old Cooper Stadium where the Yankees, when they were the Columbus Clippers and
Uh
they
huh.
were the AAA affiliate.
Hmm.
That was like a little further south on south of even downtown. And it was sort of like an off the way, not as bad as the soccer stadium where you were. The old one was across the street from a Home Depot.
Okay.
But
Now, a
and
state that
so
is. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah. I
I'm
was just
trying to
going to
read the midlife crisis thing
two
for
lanes most of
two
the way.
lanes.
You get stuck in the left lane. Yeah. It's the Pennsylvania
Is he talking
Turnpike.
about the Pennsylvania Turnpike? Yeah.
Oh, no,
God, it's been
it's
forever since I've taken that.
well,
Probably
so
15 years.
so it tricks you, right? So if you're coming in from Ohio onto the Pennsylvania Turnpike, you're thinking,
Yep.
"What a nice," and it is. The first few miles from Ohio into Pennsylvania on the Pennsylvania Turnpike,
Pennsylvania.
it's
Yep.
great.
And especially during the early fall periods when the
Oh
leaves
yeah,
were changing
it's
colors.
beautiful. But the rest of the
Yeah.
Turnpike it's just terrible, man. And so the
I believe.
Turnpike isn't it has like it's like so PennDOT, our Department of Transportation here, they don't do any maintenance. Like the Turnpike has its own thing, and it's like sort of kind of privately owned, and it's very weird, the Turnpike. And I mean, it has historical significance, but it's gobshite to drive on. I hate that thing. Hate the Turnpike,
I think
man. Ugh.
I think I saw two games at the old Cooper Stadium. One when because one of my brothers lives uh, north of I will say north of Columbus. He's around that area. And so, like one time when he was living in Columbus proper, we went to a Clippers game. It's cheap, and And then the other time was when I lived there in 2000. So we went to a game. I was like, okay.
I
I
learned
mean,
something the other day, by the way. When we're talking about states, I finally learned why Pennsylvania is so windy.
okay.
Yeah, it's because Ohio blows and New Jersey sucks. All right, I know that was really bad.
Now, do not make me break out the meter maid where you can go from suck to blow.
Oh my god.
By
Oh
by the way,
well.
for those wondering, Spaceballs 2 has been completed.
Oh, it has. Mel Brooks
Yes.
made it.
So
Awesome.
Mel Brooks made it through the filming of the movie. Let's see if he's alive when it premieres.
I hope. I hope. May the Schwartz be with him. How about it?
Yes.
Oh my God,
Well, and
unbelievable.
also with Dick Van Dyke just hitting 100 years old today or
Oh man,
yesterday.
God bless him. I love it. Now, there's,
Yeah.
I mean, right, overcoming what he did, right? Alcoholism. And there's 100 years old, happy as hell, man. You what? And you know what? He doesn't seem 100 years old. He's like,
No, no.
I. I hope I have that much life when I'm whatever age. I mean, that's amazing. This dude
Yeah.
still has more energy than I did
Sharp
when
as
I
a
was.
tack.
Oh my God, what's that?
He's sharp as a tack.
He really is. He
Like,
really is.
I mean,
Wow.
it's amazing, and sort of like and then plus we were going over. I can't remember. That was a chat room that I was in.
Uh huh.
Uh, somewhere else. I misjudged giving Kirk Douglas 2 years. I said he died at 101. He was 103.
103. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
incredible. I hope if I mean my family is long. I mean, again, I'm smoking here, which is not a good thing. But on both sides of my family, very long lived and all that. So I'm hoping because I want to be Taylor, Fergie Jenkins, Dick, and me, says midlife crisis.
Are we talk? Well, I don't. Okay, I'm not even gonna try, but I hope those aren't people that like celebrate a birthday, you know, with him. But you know,
I think so. Yeah.
hey,
Yeah.
well, I mean, if we're talking about that, I've got let's see. Well, baseball one's not really good. It's more. I have Magic Johnson, 20 years to the day, and then Steve Martin, who was actually born on VJ Day.
There's a good past midnight. So
Oh,
so midlife crisis
uh,
begins his 57th orbit around the sun. So God grant you many more years, my friend. 56th. Okay. Uh,
mm,
yeah, God grant you many more years and lots more baseball and whatever the hell we're doing here. So yeah, brother, way to go. He says his mind is
yeah.
already going. That's because you're not rolling enough games, John, or playing enough or midlife. You're not playing enough games, man. That's the problem. You got to tell Mrs. Midlife Crisis that you need to do more baseball. She'll be very happy.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Or else we brain rotted ourselves playing video games
Oh
or
god,
arcade games.
yeah, right. How about it? Yeah, I just hit. I so the bad thing about me is I'm usually pretty good with money, but I'm very bingy and I'm impulsive, and I don't know what
Hmm.
position. But I'm like, let's go on Steam and see what the hell's on sale. And what did I buy tonight? Right, so I play all these crazy, crazy games. I bought Railroader because it looks cool, so I had to buy it. It was $23. What's wrong with me? I'll
Yeah.
probably never touch it for like 10 years, but I bought Railroader, so
Now,
that's
speaking of rail games, did you ever play a game called Rail Baron that came out from Avalon Hill?
I know of the game, but I've never played it.
Okay, because that was when my one late friend was still alive, and we'd have you have to have at least 3 players. That was the one big downside of it.
Oh,
You couldn't
three
really play
players.
it as a
Wow.
2 player game. Yeah,
Okay.
in order to make it like really fair.
Dude, I don't even have two friends, so I would be screwed. There you
Yeah, exactly.
go.
4 player games would be really weird because it's sort of like you have to have the Pennsylvania Railroad to
Yeah.
the winner would usually have that. Plus, you need to have there's like regions, and like the Northeast region comes up the most. And if you didn't have like it was either the New York, the Pennsylvania, or the B&O,
Right.
you would pretty much just quit because you pretty much had to not roll that region, and it would come up just like rolling on the orange properties in Monopoly.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, Baltic Avenue and all that, or that. Not Baltic Avenue.
Well,
That's New
no,
York.
that's the St.
That's
James
New York,
Place.
St. James Place, and yeah, right. I
Yeah,
suck at
it's
Monopoly, but
essentially it's the properties you land on once you get out of jail.
it's Baltic Avenue is the cheapy one, right? That's like they're the purple
Yes,
ones.
Baltic and
Yeah,
Mediterranean are the 2 cheapies that you get right after go.
there you go. John says that he just finished a Seahawks Steelers game, 1986 Strat original cards. I see. Listen, and Parallel League telling us he remembers all those bookshelf boxes for Avalon Hill
Oh,
games.
how about that wonderful Mark Malone and Dave Craig game?
Okay, now please go ahead and talk. Now you're out of my wheelhouse, but go for it, dude. Go for it because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wouldn't
Well,
know.
I think Mark Malone was the '86 Steelers quarterback.
So is he
When
the
I
guy that
guess
followed Terry Bradshaw, or is that like,
yes,
okay? All
yes,
right.
is either him or Cliff Stout.
Okay.
I finally got. Finally, I was always asked what I want.
My wife just had double hernia surgery, so I played Strat all day. He didn't get dressed till about 2:00. Way to go, man! I hope she can't hear. We won't read that comment because we want you to have many more trips around the sun.
Yeah,
He
Mark
says it
Malone.
was
Yep.
Mark Malone. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and then oh yeah, that was a not fun time period trying to find the next quarterback after. Well, I mean, okay, he went to the Super Bowl with Cordell Stewart and Neil O'Donnell, but you know, not many years of going far in the playoffs with Mark Malone and Bubby Brister.
So is it just me, or is there such thing as football names versus baseball names? Because I can't imagine somebody in baseball named Bubby Brister. It just doesn't sound like a baseball name.
But you guys had the best because you had a Lewis Lips
You mean the
as a wide
Steelers?
receiver. Yes,
I
the
wouldn't
Steelers had a wide
know.
receiver named Lewis Lips.
We did? Okay. When I say
Yep,
we, because I'm a
he was
Pittsburgh,
pretty good too.
was he? But
Yeah,
that's not a
he,
baseball name. See, that's what I mean.
no.
Like, could you
Well,
say starting at right field, Lewis Lips? No, but if you
yeah.
hear,
If now I would wonder if you had a player with a last name of Lips, would his walk-up music have to be Funky Town?
oh, would have, of course, yes. I mean, there's no doubt.
By Lips Inc. Yeah,
Oh my God!
it almost goes together.
But like,
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
like,
well,
I can't imagine a baseball player with the name Roethlisberger. It just doesn't.
yeah.
There's got to be football names in baseball, right? Right?
Well,
Like,
you have like
Dan,
Crow
what was his name?
Armstrong.
Bob Greasy. That screams
Yeah.
football. Dan
Hmm.
Marino. Now, Dan Marino, yeah, okay, that could be a baseball name.
So
And
the
I'm not even
Penguins had
talking
a
about
player
Hispanic
with named
players either. I'm
Marino.
just
Yeah.
right,
No.
but just
Oh,
straight up like Mickey Mantle. That is a baseball name, man. That's a baseball.
yeah.
Lou Gehrig. Lou Gehrig, although he played football at Columbia. Mick has a question about McGreevy. He
Go
says,
for it.
regarding McGreevy with Out of the Park Baseball, did you change the player import options? The import menu looks a bit different from Out of the Park 24. The 3-year average for the base calculation is not there. I'd have to reinstall Out of the Park, which I still have it. I'd have to reinstall and look, but I could minimize. And sorry, I know. Go ahead, get on me for all
No, no,
the. I know all my
no,
damn
that's,
icons, but I can find shit. Thank you very much. All
yes.
right, so let's go back and let's look at this and let's see what we're talking about. So let's go back to transactions.
Although, to be fair, Tessier, I believe there was a pitcher named Dick Pole.
I thought, really, what is that? Was that? I thought that was a race car guy. Or no, that's Dick Trickle. What an unfortunate
Yeah.
name that is. Okay, Butkus. So Butkus, but yeah,
Yeah.
Butkus.
Yep.
So
Dick Pole was a pitcher, yes. Although there was also a wide receiver for the Browns named Fair Hooker.
that's that, and again, that's not somebody that's going to be playing third base. I just
No.
so either that or I'm just Dwayne. Maybe Dwayne would say no. I just need that midazolam now because I'm just coming up with weird shit. So Mick, so when you're on transactions, just go to actions, import historical players. That's that's not what it looks like in Out of the Park 24. I really can't remember. Oh, okay. So
That has to be the. Go ahead, finish your thought, and I got to speak on what Shaq put
Dick
up.
Cox was a baseball player. Okay, that doesn't sound like a baseball name. All right, so there goes my hypothesis. I'll just shut up.
Yep.
Tim,
Well,
take it away,
so
brother.
I've seen like a small portion of because of what Ken Burns had on for baseball versus football. I would need to see that. If that's the whole thing, that part was absolutely hilarious.
Football is played on a gridiron. Baseball is played on a diamond. Yeah.
And now we can't even do the thing about baseball isn't timed. We could be here all day.
Rusty, right? We can be here all day. Rusty. Yeah. There is. So it's not there in Out of
Rusty
Park
Coons. Yep.
24.
Well,
You,
there was also
hmm.
there was Mickey Klutz.
Is that a baseball name?
Another. Yes, that is a baseball name.
Who's he play? Who do he play for, or does play for, or whatever?
Let's see who
I
Mickey
don't know who
Klutz
that
played.
is. Okay, so
Hmm.
this just blows my theory completely
Mickey
out of the
played
water.
for the Yankees, Oakland, and Toronto.
Oh, that's why I don't know him. He was a Yankee. That's
But
why.
then again, there was one that was
Dwayne's gonna kill me.
there was Pete Doodle
Yeah,
Doo,
yeah, right, yeah. That okay,
but he was also Peter
and that's
Marshall's kid, right?
a footballish name. And he played base.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. So forget the last 20 minutes, everybody. Whatever this was. Jesus. Oh my
It's
God.
a fair point. There might be more football-y nicknames, or like, I'm not. My name's
Yeah.
Butkus. I can't play baseball.
Well, you can't. Well, you can't.
Oh.
I mean, you can't be a shortstop with the last name Butkus. You can't. It doesn't work. The universe would absolutely just no. It just can't happen. It can't happen. Just
Right.
like I don't think you can have a wide receiver named Lindor.
No.
It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Or Cobb. Ty Cobb. That's such again.
Now there is was a wide receiver. His last name was Cobb. He's a
What
African
was his
American
first name
gentleman.
though? Like Bubba or something?
Randall.
Randall Tex Cobb. He became a wrestler, didn't he, or something?
Well, not him.
Oh no,
Not
he was
him.
an
No,
actor.
this
Oh,
was
not
recent.
him. Okay,
Yeah,
Randall Cobb.
No.
And that's a
Yep.
football player, right?
Yep.
It's the Randall. Maybe that's. I don't know. You know what? I'm probably so screwed on this, but I still believe that there are baseball names and football names. There has to be.
Well, and then also, there's also speaking a bit like Crisis about changing names. There
Oh
was
yeah.
I don't know if Demos is still here, but he had a thing about History Maker Baseball. There was Kike Hernandez. Well, Strat doesn't like using the Kike part because of what it looks like.
Right. Yeah.
And so, like, he literally took a whiteout to Hernandez's card, and
Yes, it was Shaq. Yeah, it was probably right.
and wrote out Kike on the card.
Yeah.
I don't recall what Rocky's dog's
yeah, it
name,
was.
but
It
that
was Butkus, and that was actually his dog, Sylvester Stallone's dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he still has the two turtles, Cuff and Link. They are still around. Still has them.
Well, they can live to be 80 years old,
or even right. Yeah. Actionary actually pronounces the way. Oh, I guess it would. So apologies to So when I first moved, so here's the thing: when I first moved to Holland, I had to learn Dutch, and so I again, so YouTube algorithm doesn't really care because this is a tiny little channel, but the word for look in Dutch is kijk. So when I first moved to Holland, all these people, I'm hearing all these Dutch people saying, "Oh, kijk, kijk, kijk," and I was offended. I'm like, my girlfriend, I'm like, "What's wrong with you people?" She said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Everybody says kijk." I said, "Do you know what that means?" And she said, "Yeah, it means look in Dutch." I'm like, "But it's a slur." And she said, No. But so imagine hearing that for like the first month, right? You're talking to a guy who did his master's thesis on the Holocaust. So, right? And I'm hearing kike, 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 kike. And I'm like, oh my God. So, but then I learned later. So when I was doing, and apologies to Dutch folks, but this is a fact, of all the countries in Western Europe that sent people to the death camps, Holland sent the most. Not that there's any relation to how you say that word.
Right, yeah.
But yeah. So I guess that was a bit of like that, like took her aback. But when you hear that, because I've only ever heard that word as a slur, not as okay.
Right.
I forgot. Wait, I'm learning another language here. But I would try to avoid using that word, and I would try to find some analog because I find that as distasteful as the N word. I really that's an awful word,
Mhm.
awful word. But
Which makes the first 45 minutes of Full Metal Jacket sort of oof.
oh God, yeah, I'm not prejudiced. I blah blah blah. Yeah, I just watched that the
Yep.
other night. Um, wow, great movie though. But yeah, that
At
was
least the first 45 minutes is really good. The last 45 to 50 minutes is sort of yeah.
yeah. But I think it was, and I think that really, what was his name that played the drill instructor? Or was his last name Erman? Or
Arlie Ermy.
yeah, incredible. I guess he was a real life drill instructor at one time or something.
Yes, he was. And he was supposed to be brought on as a technical advisor.
Right, right. But then he
But
ended up getting the job. Kubrick liked what he was doing or something. I don't know.
yes.
Yeah,
I wonder if there was like outtakes of him saying other things before whatever got on film
yeah,
got on.
has to
Because
be.
if you ever watch Good Morning Vietnam, there are outtakes of Robin Williams just off the cuff,
Hmm.
saying news stories, making up news stories before they
Right.
actually got the ones they wanted.
Hmm. So yeah, midlife crisis. Yeah, I mean, look, no knock on Holland. I lived in Rotterdam, which Rotterdam is way more fun than Amsterdam. Even Amsterdam's a fun city. The Dutch are wonderful people. They love to party. They have no filter though at all. But they're some of the best audiences I've ever played for. The women are incredible. I really I love Holland. Not like Ireland, but I do love Holland. It was fun except for the language. It's ugly, ugly, ugly language. It's like 1,000 cats coughing up fur balls at the same time. Just yeah. So, but Tim, someday we got to get you involved in one of these leagues, man. It would be really just
Yeah.
just to have you around every once in a while, man.
I mean,
Not that you have to
okay.
buy out of the park baseball. Just be fun. We'll do something like later on where you can like have people build a franchise, a team out of, but you can only pick like two or three Hall of Famers or something. I don't know. We're gonna
That's fine.
try to yeah. But yeah, so Nuremberg, I'd love to visit Nuremberg and certain Vienna, Austria, the clean, clean, clean country. But I've never been to Vienna, but love to visit. Germany is beautiful. There's a point where you can be standing in Germany. Was it Germany, Holland, and there's three countries. And it's called in Dutch it's Driepuntenland, and you're actually standing in three countries. And so it begs the question: if you committed a crime standing, because there's a little pylon type thing, and Driepuntenland, and if you offed somebody, and let's say the European Union doesn't exist, under whose jurisdiction could be you be charged for offing somebody?
Hmm.
Ah, so midlife crisis says he could have stayed in Amsterdam. He said loved Nuremberg and Vienna as well. Frankfurt was too industrial. It was like being back in the United States. Amsterdam's fun. Um, Rotterdam, it's almost like they're two separate countries. Rotterdam was bombed almost completely flat in the Second World War, so Rotterdam's a very modern looking city, like the downtown. But there's a lot of really nice kind of the cobblestone Dutch and a lot of fun things to do. It's Europe's largest port city and really very cosmopolitan. Amsterdam, which is the larger city, doesn't look like a big city the way Rotterdam does. So, but if you want to piss off Dutch people, go there and speak German. So German people would come into the pubs there in Rotterdam, and they would be speaking. And as I said, the Dutch have no filters, and they would just go off at them in English. And they would say, "You will either speak English here or Dutch, or you'll leave." And I've seen German people thrown out of pubs over there for speaking German. The Dutch have a long, long memory when it comes to that. I mean, I guess, hey, when your city's bombed flat, you're not going to forgive so easily, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Although I did see that there was another Nuremberg movie that came out just recently with Russell Crowe.
Oh yeah, he plays help me out here, the big guy. Goering.
Yeah, yeah. I've heard his performance was fantastic. Probably
I
not
haven't
going to
seen it
beat.
yet.
I haven't either. It's one of those that I'm not paying like $15 to go see it, so I could probably wait for it to come on HBO or something. Um, but no, I
Yeah.
did see the probably one that the one that got nominated for the most Golden Globes, one battle after another. That was fantastic.
I do want to see that. Mick, could you share that in the Discord? I can't. The way EVMUX works is I can't, like, even though I can copy that comment, I can't look directly at that picture. If you wouldn't mind taking a screenshot, I will pull up Discord and look at that so I can see what you're I can see what you're seeing. So I don't know an Out of the Park 24. I mean, I'd gladly reinstall it just to see, but it'd be faster if you wouldn't mind just putting up that screenshot. I'd appreciate it because yeah, it's just boom. Um, so midlife crisis. So this is my vision. I have to also so I can see. Wanted to do the Frostbridge World War II in Arnhem, but it rained almost every day. We chose to spend the whole 3 days in Amsterdam. Hey, there's a lot worse things to do than spend 3 days in Amsterdam. It's a cool city. I yeah. I mean, I visit Holland if you have a chance. It's a really fun, and it's beautiful. Once you get out of the region, it's called the Randstad. So it's from it goes from Utrecht, right, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Gouda, down to Maastricht, where the treaty was signed, all that. But once you get out of there, it's just beautiful country, just countryside for miles and miles and miles and miles, and all kinds of monasteries and stuff like that. Holland's a pretty country. It's very flat till you get down near Germany, but it's the people are super cool. I looked at the image. There's no option for using 3 years of stats. But what I'm not is Mick. Does it allow you? So can I forget in Out Park 24? You can still change up the plan. Okay, so you still can. Okay, it's just the calculations. Okay, so there's no option for using 3 years of stats. Okay, um, and you don't have Out of Park 26. Okay. And I'm not, yeah, hopefully it does go on sale. It usually does during the spring sale. Not as cheap as it is around All Star break time. I've seen out of the park baseball for as little as like, there was one year it was like $6.95. And I think I was railing on the channel. I'm like, guys, just go buy it. It's $7. Like the baseball
Well,
history
I
collection.
guess when the season's like almost, well, it's usually about 100 games is the All Star break now.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And when it's that far into the season, it's if you haven't bought it now, I want some money rather than none.
Yeah. So as maybe I've asked you this before, Tim, but I got to ask you again. So, what is there you just is it because there's not that visceral thing that you don't play digital baseball games? Is that what it is?
I think a lot of it is that I feel like when I just do the clicking, I can just do it mindlessly and not pay attention.
Okay,
And
okay, fair.
you
No,
know,
fair enough. I was always curious because I think that like something deep like this would be right up your alley. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
yeah. So I sort of need to have something where I can be, I'm reading something or so just here and here, click, 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 click. I get to either keep score
So
or
Diamond
you
Mind
know,
would be cool because it's got a great play-by-play. Probably best play-by-play out there, except maybe Baseball for Windows. I mean, it's got a great play-by-play. Yeah, but I
yeah.
get
But
what you
then I
see.
feel like
Then you're reading a
if I have to
novel,
put
right?
that or for Diamond Mine with the um you know the whole thing with um putting in like I feel like I'm going to be coding something just to get a result to happen on the screen.
Okay, that makes sense.
I can understand what demos says about that.
No, I'm talking about I mean Diamond Mine Baseball. It's play by play, like when you read that. Like
Yeah.
it's very
But you're
engaging.
also just clicking play, 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 and you're not really doing anything. It's like it's like me being in like, you know, computer mode playing Tuck Mobile from back in the day.
Gotcha. So John's asking me for McGreevy, will we be using 3 years of stats for defense and pitcher stamina default setting or not? That's a really good question, John, and that's something that I'd certainly love to hear from all you guys. What you'd like, what you think would work. I'm kind of open to anything, and at this point, I'm still just, as you can see here. I mean, one team is done. I'll get the rest of these done really quickly. I just wanted to show tonight earlier how to do a mass player import, but it's up in the air. What you guys, I'd love to just get your, and even if you're not in the league, if you're not in the league, you're listening to this later on. If you're a masochist, whatever, as we are 3 hours and 45 minutes, um,
Yeah.
please just offer suggestions. They'd really be appreciated. Um, Midlife says, Tim, I found that to be true when I played Strat PC, but with action, I stopped to look at the stats and the lead percentage. And when on defense, I try to pick off to hold the runner, etc., more involved.
Yeah.
John says, no, given that we picked a specific season. Okay. Hey, Paul, how you doing, man? Paul, I'll be dealing with the issue that we were talking about. So just hang in there, brother. Paul knows what I'm talking about, and everybody will know soon enough. Something's got to be straightened up. Everybody's cool in here. You're cool. So, Paul, how you doing?
Yeah.
Good morning in Cyprus. Good morning, Cyprus. There we go. I'm very
Yeah.
bad, Rob Williams there, but Paul, if you want
Actually, the funny thing is,
what's that?
speaking of Good Morning Vietnam,
Yeah.
wasn't that where he came from before Vietnam was Cyprus?
Oh, I think you're right. Oh, you're tired. Okay, no worries, man. So, but
Yeah.
good morning, my friend. So you
Yeah, I
guys
think
all
he, I
know
think
Paul.
he went from like Greece to Cyprus to Vietnam.
Yeah, Greece to Cyprus. That's an interesting thing there, right there. Oh my God.
Yeah, because I remember he was talking about like the Vietnam woman compared to like the Greek women was one of the funny things in the
Hmm.
movie. Oh, that's so funny.
Um.
Oh,
So
and there
Paul
is
says yes,
a
he did.
semi
It was
baseball part in
Cyprus.
that movie. Yep. Okay. Yep.
Midlife says I'm straddling the tabletop still, but Action PC all the way on PC next week. Be able to enjoy both. Probably would do some type of hybrid replay with that 76 season I spoke of. I'm so excited about Action PC next week. That's going to be incredible. Everybody
Yeah.
wants the Cypress posting.
The one thing that's fun with like I would say with Action PC would be the fact that it's historical of who played that day, and if all you're doing is inserting, it's like you have your cards, but you just want something to kind of like go along with a sort of helper for stats. I mean, for a 30 pitcher, if I don't know how to keep track of that by myself, then I'll consider the
Hmm.
9+ years of school that I spent in the advanced math track to be completely useless.
Yeah. Well, I mean, horses for courses, my friend. And
Yeah,
I think for and again, so too, Tim, the way, and one of the things that really attracts me to what you do is you take a very, very different approach. So before you, I'd never heard of anybody doing a replay of focusing on two pitchers. For instance, when you did Corey
yeah,
Kluber, Rick Porcello, and I have to say it in Italian, Porcello. I've
Coachella.
right. So I've never ever seen anybody, and I thought, how creative is that? That is so cool. And
Yeah,
so I stole your idea a little bit. So I'm not on the channel, but for Saber, I'm going to be doing a 1908 Hannes Wagner thing. So just on
okay.
his,
So,
and I'm
I'm
going to
not,
be,
the picture
what's
was
that?
all the sort of like it was sort of like okay, what can I do that's like not as long as a season replay after I just done one, but long enough that it's sort of like can scratch an itch a little bit. And so I figured, well, let's just do a Cy Young winner or something. So the funny thing is, the '67 Mets replay killed two birds with one stone because I got to do Seaver's rookie year.
Right. So Paul here saying, yep, two big things coming up: Action PC, play-by-play, manual input. Don't forget the other things that are going on too. The legacy mode in Action PC. Now they're getting into out of the park baseball territory. Not all the way in, but pretty nice. So, think about it, guys. It's going to capture that same feeling of being a manager. Let's see. You've just finished 1976. You're going into 77. The real rookies will come in, but you're going to have no idea what your team's going to do because they're going to shake things up a little bit. Because any season replay you do, it's not going to be the same anyhow. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's kind of like shuffling a deck of cards. You can any given deck of cards has never been shuffled in that order, right? So I think that's cool that Action PC is going that way, showing standings in your replay versus the actual standings in a season replay. I think nice quality of life. Midlife Crisis brings up a good point. He can toggle manual off and use the action engine if he has an uncarded player. Oh, what do you mean legacy mode, Jan? What this guy's such a wanker. It's a good thing you're tired. This guy, what a wanker, man. Scousers.
What is it? Like what? 7 a.m. in Cyprus right now?
Yeah, something like that. But I can't get. I'm not going to give him any. No, he's such a wanker. It's unbelievable. I mean, I love the guy, but
wow,
it's like,
you using the Queen's English for.
I have to. He's a scouser, and of course, I have to say my usual. You fancy a gem, bossy? Yeah, I mean, he's just.
I guess I could use Canadian slang and call him a hoser, but
You could, or you could also call him a tosser. Is also a good one. Tosser, yeah, very good.
Yeah, I don't know Canadian slang. I was only up there for like a week in 1995 in Toronto.
Okay, I've had.
Although I will say this, that I did get to go to the then Sky Dome. I saw a Blue Jays Mariners game, and then did go to the Pantages Theater to see Phantom of the Opera. That was
nice. Toronto's a cool city.
Let's just say we were sitting so close to the pit where they had the fire come up. You could definitely feel the fire coming up. Yeah, that's how close we were sitting to that. I was like, "Whoa,
wow. That's incredible!" Yeah. What was this drafts and legacy boo? What I'm telling you, what some people's kids. Tim, what do I? It's like Paul comes in here that goes to the neighborhood, right? Oh my God!
Different strokes for different folks. Let's say, but the only other quote unquote foreign country I've been to was I went to the Bahamas just over 16 years ago, and needless to say, I went with a buddy of mine. And I won a free trip there, and it took him at least 2 days before he could have they speak with a heavy accent. Well, for us, heavy accent.
Right. Yeah.
I got it right away. It took him at least 2 days before he fucking figured out what they were trying to say. And then the worst part was I told him, it's like, thank God there's no, they use the American dollar down there. So I'm like, dude, he's like, I wonder if there's any. No, dude, I told you before we went, there is none. Let's go. Let's go through customs.
Nice. Oh. So Paul says that his wife just said that all of we gamers are wankers. Well, I'm never going to argue with Mrs. Paul. Never, ever. So if she says, she's right. Because, but yeah. Oh, cool.
We don't want to have something like we are wankers.
Yeah, no, we never. That's why, so it was a couple years. It was 2 years since we did the last McGreevy League, and Mrs. Midlife Crisis. She was actually very cool, and she was okay with Midlife Crisis being in the league, which was pretty awesome because we never want to upset wives and girlfriends in here.
Nope.
Because I want everybody to live. I want them to not have to sleep with one eye open. So, because as great chat as ever on here, we stopped talking about baseball ages ago, man. We returned to it every few minutes.
I could bring something back. Talking about females and baseball, there is a women's professional baseball league that's happening again soon.
I hope it does well. I do. I really, really do.
I do as well. You know that Monet Davis that had that Little League World Series many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
She was drafted to be part of this league. if it goes as long as the league that was in a league of their own,
Oh, the All American Girls
you've done well.
Professional Baseball League. Yeah.
Yes, if you last 13 years in especially in a non-war time, you can last that long.
Oh yeah.
You're doing something good.
I'm hoping, really, really hoping. And I, I'm here we go again. As much of a baseball traditionalist as I am, I'd like to see integration. I'd like to see it happen. I'd like to see women playing professional Major League Baseball. Could it happen? Who knows? I know that woman umpire, though, when I first saw a picture of her, I thought it was a dude, man. I mean, she's like, look, I would not want to get in a fight with her. Just, dude, seriously. Like, oh.
Yeah. And to think if Pirates, sorry, if Marlins management wasn't such buffoons,
Mm-hmm.
Kim Ng could have turned that team into a winner already.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's still very much though. There's that. It's that hard line, and I mean, that's where I think the movie was accurate too. League of Their Own. Like, well, I mean, what the boys are coming home now. What are they going to do? And it's like they put together a great product. I mean, let's give Wrigley credit where it's due. And for that to, it wasn't just like this. It was meant to be a fill-in, right? But they
Yeah.
played that was an excellent level of baseball that they played. Midlife Crisis saying with Legacy, yeah, you can do a realistic what if, play the 66 season, draft for 67, have the Braves draft Seaver like they wanted to, and watch the butterfly effect. That's cool. John saying here, 1920 Yankees just went 11-2 in Action PC. So love it. So a midlife crisis. Yeah, the wife knows what she did. She can't stop it. She can only hope to contain it now. Paul says he plays women's baseball and History Maker baseball and Pocket Pennant Run. That's cool. Yeah, so guys,
Okay.
the AAGPL is in Pocket Pennant Run, which hopefully, Paul, can are you allowed to say whether there might be an update imminent? Maybe, hopefully, because that is that one crash. I'm kind of afraid to play Pocket Pennant Run right now. Either that, or I have to play with pitcher warm up turned off, and hope I never have to take my pitcher out. That was kind of a nasty crash. So hopefully that, because I know you said that was fixed. What if you don't own the 1967? Oh no, so you don't have to, John. That's the beauty. That's kind of the cool thing about it. So with legacy mode, it's still going to be drawing on like right database whatever Dave magic is doing, and so you're going to go into the 67 season. You'll still be able to, in other words, you'll be able to play it. However, what's going to be different about it is it's kind of going to have Action PC Baseball's sort of alternate reality mode baked into that. So just like going, like if you were back in 1966, you're Danny Murtaugh managing the Pirates going into the 1967 season. You have no idea how anybody's going to do, and that's cool. I think that's super super cool. So you won't have to own it. Yeah, as Midlife Crisis says, you don't have to own 67. The players will age and perform based on projections. Some will get better, some will get worse, some will retire. Yep. So final testing of Japanese today by Paul today. If it passes, then Craig is good to go. Hoping, looking forward to, because we had a good crowd the other day playing Pocket Pennant Running, and bam, Richie Hebner was standing on the mound and crashed the game twice. Still love it. Pocket Pennant Run's coming along, but it's still love the game, but I just got scared of that crash. So, so John continues. He says, so those players will be hard coded into the game out. So Steve Tate is going to be the guy, I guess, when he demos this on release, he would be the guy to really ask John, because he's been a beta tester forever. However, Midlife Crisis, who's no slouch at Action PC, says the real life rookies will be available to draft and will perform realistically, but not based entirely on their real life stats for that season. And the other thing you could do is you could start with 2025 or 2026, whatever, and just play fictional forever into the future. I think it's a great addition, and it's much like the career mode. and out of the park baseball. And if you have out of the park baseball, and you read what career mode does, it's kind of the same thing as legacy. I should say legacy mode is kind of the same thing as career mode in out of the park baseball. So you can't use career mode really in something like, I mean, I suppose you could, but I think career mode is better played with an actual baseball season and out of the park, and I suspect that's going to be the same for action PC baseball as well. So, but I think it's exciting, and again, the manual input, pretty cool stuff. The other thing, the general manager dashboard is going to be really really nice. Having to be able to and manager dashboard all in one screen to be able to take care of player usage, all kinds of other stuff. This is a significant improvement coming this year. Um, so Paul says, seriously though, I love Action PC. I do not play out of the park baseball. Sinner, but only because it would take over your life. I played on my phone traveling. So it can, and I understand that. Regardless, so many sales, best bang for the buck of the business. Next, maybe out of the park baseball. Yeah, to me, these two are, they're the greatest as far as digital baseball sims, and that's saying a lot considering that my number 3 and 4 games, Diamond Mine and Baseball for Windows, are incredible baseball simulations too. But to me, out of the park and Action PC, they rule the digital roost, hands down. There's nothing in either of these that I could that you can't do. It's just they're incredible games, both of them. So I don't regret spending all the money I did on Action PC. I would do it all again. Although I think this time I would just buy everything at once rather than
Can I ask you a
piecemeal.
question about the logo that you have up?
That little tiger, or no?
No,
Oh,
no, no.
up here. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's just generated by the game.
because if you look at it the wrong
It's
way,
I
that looks
know.
like it can say, "Oh well."
I know because the U is right off there. I know. Yeah, you're right. That is funny. I'm going to be a lot of the guys are doing their own logos. I'm going to do some of the logos for whoever wants me to. So these are just placeholders right now. But yeah, it does look like LOL. I didn't notice that till now. That's a good one. The Louisville River Pilots. We're gonna now they have to be the
Or
LOLs
the
all season.
Lullabille River Pilots.
Lullville River. That's it. So parallel, you're gonna have to tell your friend his team's the Lulls now. The Lullville River Pilots. Good catch, man. Um, but you're right, Paul. This is you start digging down into this thing. I mean, the player development stuff. I mean, you even have this damn game has a practice facility for God's sake.
So when the Louisville River Pilots take the field, is Fortunate Son going to be playing?
I love it because you can import sounds into here. I should do that. I
Just the
love it.
just that
Oh
part. No
yeah,
words, just the beginning, kind of that little short intro
I
should
love it.
be what you have them.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm going to go out and find. Yes, I think you're right. It's got to be
Because
done.
that's all you need. That's all you need. Where we don't want to get copyright struck for any game, God forbid. But I think you're allowed up to like 10 seconds.
Yeah. Fair use
Just
copyright.
that 10
Actually,
seconds would
yeah.
be enough. It's like,
Oh yeah,
because
yeah.
the funny thing is that I didn't realize this, and God rest his soul. Steve Cropper from Booker T and the MGs just passed away.
Oh, may his memory be eternal. What a great player.
I
Wow.
did not realize that he
He's in the Blues Brothers, by
performed,
the way.
or yeah, but he
Yeah.
also he says, I only need 2 notes, and he played the first 2 notes of Soul Man. I was like, everybody went nuts. It's like, just need them first couple notes. That's it.
Right. So Midlife Crisis says, yeah, I can't do out of the park baseball. Perfect team would be like crack to me. It's the reason you stopped playing MLB the show. So Mike Garland, you guys have seen him in here, I think, a couple times. He's like H-Field, who was in here earlier tonight. He's probably long since gone. Um, so Mike is like he was talking about what he knows about this game is insane. I thought I knew a lot about out of the park baseball until I started talking to Mike. It's like I don't know shite. about this game. But so midlife, he has this idea, and it's on the Out of the Park forums. Wife says, "Stop that singing." I wasn't singing. What? Oh my God, Mrs. Fast Action Cards, Paul. I'm sorry, I wasn't singing. Mi dispiace, as we say in Italian. Mi dispiace. Stop that singing. Oh my God. We're getting it. We're getting it from two. Well, actually, Paul's wife's not a Scouser though. She's a nice lady. She's not like Paul. She's a very nice person. I suspect. I suspect. And it's a special, got to be a special kind of woman to be married to you, mate. Yeah. Louisville River Pilots, the joke elite. You guys are not a joke. You got a great team here. But anyhow, so Mike Garland has this idea that he would like, and we're trying to push to see if the devs will implement it. It's called Manager Challenge. And you can kind of think of it as sort of perfect team, but in the main game. And you'll have to go look on the forums to read about what Mike's proposing. And I think it would be if Matt and company and Marcus, he is still involved, would implement this, you guys would have a blast with it. It's so super cool. It's too late to read all of it. Just check the Out of the Park forums, look for Mike Garland's posts, and you'll find it. The Manager Challenge is a brilliant idea, and you can play it as a single player thing as well. But there's rankings then, and it's something like you get so many points, like you have to play like against so many like sort of great teams from baseball history, and so many not so great. But it's the great teams where you get all these points and stuff like that, and it challenges your skills as a field manager, not as a general manager. So, it's just great, and I'd love to see that game mode. The other thing too that I love about Out of the Park baseball is Drive for the Pennant. That's such a great game mode because it's good for newbies to ease their way into this complex, crazy thing. But even if you're a seasoned player, you kind of get dropped into these really sometimes impossible situations in a game, and you've got to try to field manage your way out. Yeah, John, check out the whole thread. It's Mike goes into painstaking detail. What's Paul says? Just because you recommend great films, you don't get a free pass. Oh man, you are tough, Tim. What am I going to do here? What am I going to do?
Not realize that we're not a film and music channel, but hey, we kind of
Yeah,
are.
well, but he liked The Prestige, which is a great best movie about magic. The Prestige, hands down. Forget Now You See Me. That's whatever. The
Yeah.
Illusionist is good, but The Prestige is great because the film is a magic effect. The whole
Well,
thing.
I will give another fun little one for a movie that I just saw for the first time. That's
Okay.
older-ish. Did you ever see Hidden Figures?
No, I have not. Is that about magic?
No. Well, I mean, if
Okay.
you count magic being the fact that they got the space program off the ground,
Well, that would, yeah. Okay, gotcha. I gotcha.
yeah. So
Tell
it's
me about it,
especially,
man. I'm going to try to find this for him, but yeah, please
this
tell
is
me.
on Max right now, HBO Max.
Okay.
It is about Catherine Goebel / Johnson and two other African Americans that worked at NASA that helped get John Glenn orbiting the Earth, and then help. They didn't really get into it, but that was sort of the main thing, is that they helped John Glenn orbit the Earth and
That's,
had to do all the calculations for that. And of course, Catherine Goebel and the two other ones are African American females.
oh, I've got to see that then. I've definitely got to see
Yeah,
that.
yeah, it's really good.
The Prestige, Hidden Gem, almost, because Nola's done so much. Yeah.
Yeah, that movie will be 20 years old next year.
The Prestige, yeah.
Yeah,
It the first time I saw it, it fooled me. And I love it. I've watched it many times because I'm just being a magician and knowing that I mean magicians actually did play that dirty in that time. So Christopher Nolan did his research. Of course, there is one little thing. It's not a spoiler. We actually never used the term prestige in magic, so that was neat that Christopher Nolan came up with that. But that's never been used in magic. We don't use that term. But I like the fact that he creates this term and gets people who aren't in the industry to think that maybe, oh, that was some sort of, old term that they used in the 17th century or the 18th or 19th century. That's not a term that we use in Magic at all, unless we say, oh, this person's a prestigious performer. But even that. But there's so much in that movie that even once and you know the quote unquote secret, you actually, it still leaves you with, and I can't say it, but there's a question, or there's a statement that Hugh Jackman's character makes in about the last 5 minutes of the movie, and it's never resolved. And that's all I can say is, if you've never seen The Prestige, you'll know when he says it, and you're like, wait, oh, he's right.
I will say
Before,
this,
oh, go ahead, please.
at least if you put in a movie in a Google search, it'll tell you where you can find it. Unfortunately, you cannot find it. I think you might be able to see it on Netflix.
So yeah, that's why I bought The Prestige. So you can always buy movies on YouTube or rent, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just tend to buy them.
I mean, now you can get DVDs for cheap.
Oh, cheap. I wanted to show something before we find Mark Garland's post. There have been a lot of people in the community that say that they feel that Out of the Park Baseball is not an accurate season replay game. Well, Out of the Park Baseball has a function where you can actually track your season replay against what you're doing. But I'm glad I found this post again. So I'm not going to read all the stats here. You guys can just, this was back as far as Out of the Park 18, and it has improved the engine greatly. But if you look at this post here, and if anybody wants to screenshot this or something, so this guy is doing, this is the 1962, he was doing a 1962 Out of the Park 18 replay, and he's showing it. So just a couple of highlights, right? So in Out of the Park 18, that year, for instance. So in real life, there was 4,339 doubles in Out of the Park 18. In real baseball, there was 4,313. Stolen bases, 1,230 in the majors, 1,348 in Out of the Park. 710 caught stealing versus 701. Batting average was spot on. 258 in the majors, 258 in Out of the Park Baseball. On base percentage, 324 and 326. Saves, 600 versus 616. That's pretty damn respectable. How about overall ERA? 3.90 and 3.96. Fielding percentage, spot on. This game is very, very, very accurate, but you can't be afraid. You have to get in and get your hands dirty. But that's the same with Action PC Baseball too. But this is really a very, 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 it's a superb game engine. I've replayed a number of seasons in this thing and really put it through its paces. And I don't know where the thing came up that it's not a good season replay game. These numbers speak for themselves. And again, there's a function Out of the Park Baseball where you can track your now. Remember, you've got your own human input versus what's going on in the league. And I found in the season replays that I've done that it's really, really, it's close. It's very accurate. But let me find that post by Mike Garland. I think it's in a private message. I've got to sign in, and I'll tell you guys a little bit about this. Yeah, there's somebody. It was Robert. RGO Network. He said, I think it's better for career play, and I don't think it's really that good for as a season game. Yeah, I think I'm not quoting him directly, but he felt that Action PC was, but I don't know. I think it's, I got to look for my private messages. And that's okay, man. To each his own. It's cool. Talking about the lack of resolution promotes discussion like the ending of Inception. That's, yeah. Are you talking? See, I like that. So how the lack of resolution promotes discussion like the ending of Inception. Yep. Yeah, that's Christopher. Love it.
And now I have to go see Inception again.
Yeah, great movie. Ron,
really...
you know what? It was Ron Juckett, actually. It wasn't Robert. It was Ron Juckett. I know he's not a big fan of not a huge, not as much as and it big and it's great action PC baseball fan. But I don't get the whole it's not whatever. Uh, but regardless, it's what you like. Yeah, here we go. Perfect manager concept. All right. So, all right. You know what? I'm at 4 hours, so buckle up. All right, guys. Tell me if you think this is a great idea. All right. All right, new game concept, new game of concept, perfect manager. So Mike says, I've had this idea for several years for a mode in which out of the park players can compete against the computer in historical matchups, and your results will be tracked on a world leaderboard. This is not a head to head mode, but rather player versus computer only, but your progress will be tracked against all other users. This will use the one pitch mode for playing out games. Basically, you'd be able to pick any two teams from a season in history and play a 5 game series. You would play it once through as each team. This way, you will always play. Wait, this way you will always play through as once as the better team and once as the underdog, and you would need to use all 5 starting pitchers and manage your relievers through the series. For example, consider a matchup of the 1962 Yankees versus the 62 Red Sox. The Yankees had a 5.82 Pythagorean winning percentage, and the Red Sox had a 470 in 1962. In this matchup, we expect the Yankees to have a 611 winning percentage against the Red Sox, and the Red Sox to have a 389 winning percentage against the Yankees. I have these expected winning percentages for every matchup for every season since 1901 in a file. This guy is serious, guys. He's serious. Um, so when you play as the Yankees and beat the Red Sox, you earn 389 points for each win. And when you play as the Red Sox and beat the Yankees, you earn 611 points for each win. So again, just that with that winning percentage, right? When you play this 5 game series once managing the Yankees and once managing the Red Sox, there will be a potential to earn 5,000 points because the 5 games as the Yankees are worth 389 times 5 equals 1945, and the 5 games of the Red Sox are 611 times 5, blah, blah, blah. It comes up to 5,000 possible points. So, for example, let's say you win 3 out of the 5 games when playing as the Yankees and 2 out of the 5 games when playing as the Red Sox. The wins as the Yankees are worth 389 times 3 points, blah, blah, blah. Perfect manager winning percentage after those 10 games is 4,778. As you play more out of the park games, or you play more games out of the park, keeps track of your total points earned and total possible points earned, and it continues to update your perfect manager winning percentage and your total wins. There can be overall leaderboards, but also leaderboards based on eras like Dead Ball era, Golden era, etc. by franchise. There will also be tiers so that you can rank up to a new managerial category once you play, say, 50 total games or 100 total games and so forth. This mode could also be tied to your perfect team login so that you could earn perfect team points, awards, or complete missions by playing and managing out games. And he goes on. And he's saying this was a private message to me, so I've been trying to push it on the forums. So people like it, and so we're hoping. Um, right, my day missed you. Great stuff. All right, Paul, be well, my friend. Thank you. Paul thinks it's a great idea. So yeah, I know Ron owns it. Maybe yeah, he's just never tried a season replay. It could be because I do know that he's and again he's a big action PC fan, and I'm totally on board with that. I mean, Ron. Let's face it, nobody's going to doubt Ron Juckett. So so yeah, that midlife crisis says he says, oh yeah, this mode would get me divorced. I mean, it would be so much fun, right? So um so there's I don't see anything from the devs yet. Um, it's been going so, but there's so like P Stricker, this guy is again along with Mike, he's one of the big wheels, big users and all that. So like Mike Garland and these guys, he could be a developer. That's how well they know this game. They're pushing it, but I haven't seen anything yet. And I'm going through here, and this has gotten a lot of mileage. Actually, it's gotten two pages of posts, and people want this. They want it. I want it. I think it's just a whole it's whole a whole new dimension. So this guy here is saying, I don't mind the idea that leaderboards in almost every game get hacked and cheated within the first day. Um, I don't know that I agree with that. I don't think that that's something that's going to happen. It might happen in something like Fortnite or something. I don't know, but I don't know. I think it would be fun, but no dev has replied yet. So I hope they will because I think it would be great. When they first did Drive for the Pennant, that was just for the current season, and I know that not only myself, but others were saying you guys need to make this available for all of baseball history, and they do. So it's well, at least back to 1901, and it's really really fun. So hopefully they will do this. The big addition last year was Drive for the Pennant for all those seasons and the live scoreboards, which are really cool. So, but that's your answer, John. So if you're on here, man, please say, please lend your yes vote. Anybody who plays out of the park baseball, if you could please, 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 I'm going to put this. I'll put this direct link into the chat. And if you think this would be something that you would want to play, um, please just give a resounding yes. There we go. Just bearing in mind, though, we don't want midlife crisis getting divorced. So, right?
Yeah. Who was the other one that had really bad with OOTP? Was that Todd B?
I can't remember. Was it? So it's funny. I'm trying to remember, like specifics. But the thing about this game, Tim, is it's so polarizing. It's so absolutely polarizing, and I've never seen a baseball game as polarizing as this one. People love this game or they hate it. There's no middle ground. There really is no middle ground with this game. You know, I mean, so midlife crisis stays away from it because it'd be like crack. Well, but that's a positive thing. But I've never heard anybody say, "Yeah, I like Out of the Park." They're like, "I hate this game," or "Oh, it's awesome." And other games, I've had people say, "Yeah, I like Action PC," or "I like Diamond Mind," or "I like Digital Diamond." But there's
So,
no
John,
middle.
are we stating that if you started with September 1st, that you could prevent the White Sox from losing 120 games?
Yeah, right.
Or maybe that you could get the Rockies to over 120 losses?
Oh God, right. So
I
yeah,
swear to God, if MLB has a team lose 115 games in 2026,
that's a
God
great
help us
idea,
all.
John. I know, right? Oh my God,
Like,
that was. I
there
mean,
should not be 3 years in a row that a team loses 115 plus games.
I'm
Should
just
not
glad my
happen.
Pirates, like, we didn't lose triple digits this year. But yeah, you're right. That was. I mean, because I was thinking last year, okay, how can you be worse? And that's a great idea, John. By the way, I like it. Um, because I'm thinking, okay, how can you be worse than the 2024 Red Sox? Well,
Yeah,
I
the
guess
White
Colorado said hold our collective beer.
Well,
Whew,
until the final few weeks of the season, it was kind of getting a little hairy, and then
yeah.
I think
Well,
they
what? Right. Well, even Oakland. Well. Right.
yeah,
They. Ugh.
they were 110 plus. I think.
Hmm.
I guess I should be happy that the Cleveland franchise, their record is 105. That was 11/12 when that happened in
Yeah.
1991.
Well,
So
you know what? These teams, though, they're going to make people forget about the 1962 Mets. So there's something.
yeah, yeah,
You know, I
probably
mean,
struck out at a higher rate, and
and I mean, Reinsdorf is not the most loved owner in baseball either. I mean, I almost feel sorry for the Rockies, but Reinsdorf, man, it's like, come on.
look,
Yeah.
I'm happy the Rockies took away a guy from the Browns that nobody liked anyway. So the
Yeah.
Paul D.
Yeah.
Podesta,
Hmm.
or if you want to call him Peter Brand, go ahead. Yes,
So
the Peter Brand character, for those that don't know, Peter Brand is Paul D. Podesta in
there we go.
Moneyball. Yeah,
Love that
so
movie too. Oh my God. I'd love to do it. You know what? There's a subject some night, not tonight. There's a subject for a chin wag. Talk about the movie Moneyball because I think that just engenders
How
so
they completely decided to not go for their pitching is the complete biggest travesty of that movie. They had three great starting pitchers, and not one of them, or they did not focus on their pitching at all. It was all about because the hitting sexy.
hitting sexy. I
Yeah.
think that would be a fun
Meanwhile, you
discussion.
had a professional shortstop play Miguel Tejada, or an ex MLB shortstop play Miguel Tejada.
Yeah, who was
Royce
that? I
Clayton.
forget. Who was it again?
Royce Clayton
Royce Clayton. Yeah.
played Miguel Tejada.
I liked the movie. I think
Yeah.
I liked it because it does. I think it does engender this kind of discussion. I mean, was Billy Bean? What? You know,
Yeah.
I'd love to do that. Maybe we should do that tonight. So everybody, if you can, if you've got it or access to it, watch Moneyball and let's talk about it. And maybe once a month, take a
I
baseball movie, right? Even if it's a
yeah.
classic, The Natural or Field of Dreams. Which Field of Dreams, I was watching one night. Al Red Sox fan was doing one of his chats, and I was really surprised. I was in the minority of people that love Field of Dreams, and I
Yeah.
think people were coming at it well as maybe because they were talking about how is it as a baseball movie as opposed to how is it as a movie. I think
Just
Field of Dreams is a great movie. It really is.
my
A little
brother
sappy,
watched
but
that
meh.
final scene. But hey, Dad, you want to have a catch?
Oh, come on. If you don't get a lump in your throat at the end of that, come on. Yeah. Great movie. And The Natural was another one. And I was really surprised that The Sandlot gets ripped by a lot of people. And I think The Sandlot is incredible.
It's Beatles Book of the Month. Hey, it's better than the Jelly of the Month Club.
So let me tell you what, and it's so good to see you, Mike. I've been worried about you, brother. Man, oh man. So Sports
Oh,
Time
hey, Mike.
Machine.
Good to see you.
Jesus, it's been too long. Yeah. So Mike, we always go off. Bah. We just go way off. I mean, some nights it was gangster movies. So at least we're like trying to stay on baseball
Yeah.
movies.
Oh, we've done movies, we've done music, we've done geography, or tourism. It's gone,
Right.
you know.
So Midlife Crisis says it was Moneyball. They weren't going to focus on cheap talent. It was all about how to replace expensive talent with cheap talent. The book was better, as it always is, but the
Yeah.
movie had goosebumps moments. Yeah, which is why, absolutely, this is why we live baseball.
Yeah.
Goosebumps.
And
Yeah.
I loved how
Good
they
night,
did
John.
show
Thanks for coming in, brother.
they
I'm
did
sorry,
show
sir.
the real footage of the 20-win game, because it was like, no, he didn't really. Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yeah, Scott Hannibal really did hit the home run to win the 20th game.
Yep.
And now you could have an addendum, like if they could rewrite. So they did a 30 for 30 on Cleveland before they won the
Mhm.
basketball title in 2016. And literally they had to somehow they got somebody to redo the open and add another about 5 minutes of footage on at the end.
Yeah.
So they could rewrite it because, of course, the Indians won 22 in a row, so they don't have the A's don't have the American League record anymore.
Right.
So you could have the record stood for 17 years or 16 years, or actually 15 years.
Right. So have you guys ever seen the movie Pastime?
No.
Or I guess it might be the only one. Really? Mike says finally has a work schedule that's more favorable. What's about time, Mike? I'm glad you have been missed, brother.
I'm just happy you have a consistent work schedule.
Yeah, that most of all. But you've been missed, man, and I've been, just worried about you. I mean, I'll hear from, Mike and I are friends on Messenger, so I'll hear from him occasionally. He'll say, "Hey, what's up, Beatles? How you doing?" And I'll be like, "Hey, man, hope you're doing well." But you have been missed around here, Mike. So hope to see more of you, and and everything gets. Yeah, again, glad it's going to be more favorable, not only to be around here, but just, you deserve some good breaks, man. Just like our buddy Christopher Slovak, pulling for him. We pull for everybody in this little family. So I'm glad you're back, Mike. I really am.
Yeah, I remember that too. Midlife crisis for the rewriting of Fever Pitch. Well, then there's also the rewriting that they had to do for the end of the original Spider-Man movie because of 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, and then there was when the third Dark Knight movie came out. There was that a lot of people because it was right, because and that the part that's shot in Pittsburgh where the stadium gets blown up, boom, 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 and yeah.
then again, how would you like to be Bernard Gilkey, or it's Bernard Gilkey that got hit in the face with the fly ball in the original Men in Black movie, and that's
Oh
kind of
right.
I'm the guy who got hit in the face. You stand there and look like a doofus while a fly ball hit me in the head. And it could be Jose Canseco too, and have that happen
Exactly.
on a home run ball.
Hey, if it gets you on IMDb though, hey, there you go. Right, you've made it.
Yeah.
Actually, Bernie and I made it onto IMDb with our Diamonds and Dice podcast. I don't know how that happened. Bernie's like, we're on
Oh,
IMDb, and we are. Oh my god, it's really funny.
I gotta check this out now.
Yeah, Bernie said check it. And I'm like, oh my god, we are on there.
What is it? The diamonds,
Di-
digital
I,
the diamonds.
Diamonds. Oh, this is so awful. I don't even remember the name of our podcast. I think it's called Diamonds and Dice. But if you look up like Bernie's name or my name, apparently we're on IMDb somewhere.
Okay,
Unless
hold on.
Bernie was unless
Oh
he
no,
was
I did
having
see
me
it.
on. What's that?
Diamonds and
I think it's
Dice.
Diamonds
Yeah,
and
Diamonds
Dice.
and Dice podcast. Yeah, 2024 podcast series with your name and Bernie Strom. Yeah, you guys are on IMDb.
That's it, baby. All right. Uh-huh. 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 Now I'm gonna finally get that date with Kate Beckinsale. I bet you if you look up Dave Gardner, those guys gotta be in there. I mean, the digital to
I
dice.
wonder if somebody as a gag put you on IMDb.
It has to be, man. It has to be. Cause I mean, come on.
Hold on, I'm gonna see if Dave Gardner, how many Dave Gardners there are.
And well, yeah, and Ron Juckett, right? So how about
Uh,
that?
well, unless he was in Beckham, there are a couple of Dave Gardners on there.
True. Now,
Not.
see, you haven't
Hold on.
really made
Let's
it
look
though.
up Ron Juckett to
Okay.
see if there's any Ron Juckets on here.
But you really haven't made it until you get on
Yep,
until you're on
yep.
Rotten Tomatoes.
Ron is on IMDb.
That's it. Ron and Bernie and I. That's it. We
Yeah,
just
Ron Juckett is known for the Digital Dice podcast.
That's so cool.
So
Yay!
that hold on. So if they have Digital Dice podcast, which
Right.
they do,
Yeah.
the plot is unknown at this time. Yeah, Dave Gardner is on IMDb. Yeah.
All right. There we go. So you guys, we're stars. We're gonna we're not gonna be the Hollywood Walk of Fame. It's probably gonna be like the Poughkeepsie Alley of semi notoriety in very limited places Walk of Fame. Yeah.
I wonder if Ron knows if he's on IMDb.
I don't know. You got to pass that on to him. Maybe
I will.
Yeah. Like, you're a star, Ron. You're a star. So yeah.
Oh, I wonder if they're now going to have like YouTubers on as like IMDb pages and like.
So yeah, well, they should, right? Splattercat Gaming. I mean, he's got almost 1 million subscribers now. I like Splat. He's cool. But Boogie, whatever his name is, that guy. Yeah, why not? I mean, come on. If guys like us made it on IMDb, you got to figure these big guys definitely have to be on there. Come on.
Okay.
So pick somebody who's a big channel. I don't think I'd ever. I mean, I'd be nice to do this for a living in a way. Not this channel, but like a general channel, because I don't ever want to monetize this. But that's kind of hard work to have to do this every day. And some of these guys are putting up because content is king. You're doing like 3 or 4 videos a day. Some
look
of
at
these
how
guys.
many that like ID Jester comes up with every day. Jeez Louise. I think he did like 2 baseball videos and then maybe a couple board game videos.
Which is why he's like the big fish in our small pond. I think he has more people in his channel than Al. I mean, Al has a couple thousand now, but yeah, Jester, man, he's a machine.
Yeah.
But at
I'm
this
like,
rate, Dwayne Martz should be getting monetized, because I mean, if it's just about content, Dwayne streams like, and that's awesome. I love it. You got plenty of baseball on Dwayne Martz's channel as well. But that's a lot of work. Um, I couldn't imagine doing 3 or 4 videos a day. Whew. And I mean, I'm
yeah.
not talking these 4 hour, whatever the hell we're doing here, these chinwag thingies, but even just doing like 4 baseball games, right?
Yeah.
Do a game, go
But
off, do a game, go. I couldn't. There's like no
like
way.
the most I think I've rolled in a day is maybe 3
Yeah.
because
Wow.
I need a literal break
Hmm.
after I do a game. Like I can't go back to back to back to back because then I got even if I had the lineups written out and I had all the cards ready, it's like I get involved and I gotta decompress for a little bit.
Exactly.
And it's like sort
Exactly.
of like when I play this, I'll go into strat hockey a little bit. So I've been playing that a lot lately. And like flipping over 30 cards, and you have to look at the cards and then you have to make some determinations. And it's like, you
Hmm.
know, it's like it's not just a simple of okay, shot on goal, save, whatever. And there's like, power plays and face offs and all that other garbage. And it's like it's involved. And then you have to do the same process three
Yeah.
times.
Exactly. Jester 5,000 subscribers. Man, oh man,
Wow.
that's just that's incredible. That I just can't even imagine that. I mean, but
Yeah.
again, he's, and I know he was especially hitting a lot toward while everybody was in lockdown. We're not still allowed to say that word, but while we were in lockdown, good
Mhm.
on him. Good on him. I don't know how and he's doing like board games and oh
Yep.
my god, and
Well,
computer
I think
games.
because he diversified himself instead of just doing
Yeah,
baseball.
I tried that and it was a hard no. I asked in chat and I asked in a post. I'm like, would you guys be cool if I started doing some non-baseball games? And people were like, no, we wouldn't be cool with that. So I'm like, okay, and I'm
Now,
fine with it. I'm
I
cool.
also be like, if I really wanted to, it's like, do you guys want me to go see a movie every week and tell you like my thoughts on it? It's like,
Well, some people made their livings with it, so why not?
yeah. Well, I mean, unfortunately now everybody's a reviewer. I mean,
Mm,
Fandango puts them all in one place, so it's sort of like, they're
yeah,
not
what would
going to
Siskel and
appreciate.
Ebert think of this, huh? Now, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, plus there was no internet. There was, and
Right.
yeah, you probably had your local people that did it too, but it was sort of like, and who in just to start still professional, and who in the blue hell do you think you are?
Yeah, yeah. This is true.
And it was sort of like the Friday local paper, magazine with like what to do. That was like an insert in your paper.
Yeah.
They give like sort of movie reviews or like the local weekly or bi-weekly now magazine that was like,
Hmm.
oh, is this movie, you give a little, this is what we think of it. And it's like, okay.
Here we are
Was,
dating ourselves talking about these things, though. How about it?
yeah. Well,
Jeez.
seeing that they've been dead for over 20 years now,
Over
I
20
think.
years. And I don't know anybody that reads a newspaper anymore. I don't.
No, they're too expensive.
And the other thing is, do you guys remember when headline news, remember that? It was like a big
Yep.
thing where the news was on 24 hours, but like it was like this big thing, right?
Yeah.
And now it's like I could get
Well, the thing that excited me about headline news was they were the first one to have the sports scores crawl across the bottom.
yes, yes, exactly.
And it
Uh,
was like, oh Jesus, okay, because ESPN
yeah.
didn't even do it then.
No, no, they did not. You're right, and it was cool. But now it's like
Hmm.
we look at it's quaint now. It's like, oh, it's neat.
Yeah,
You got to have a niche, yeah. And you know what, midlife, I haven't found mine at all.
no,
So, and again, going on, and Tim, if without you, this would have been a really boring show, man. You on the mic here because we've been rabbiting on here for 4.5 hours, baby.
yeah,
Someday we're gonna be. Who is it? It's Dwayne Martz that has the record on YouTube, though.
yeah.
Damn. Let's see. AI is on live at Or
Al.
Al. Oh, Al's on live right now. Oh, okay. Well, I should let
Yeah,
everybody know
I
so
think
they can go
Al
hang out.
or Dave Gardner. I think he had a little Saturday chat too. I think.
Oh, nice.
Oh
There's
yeah,
chats
Al
with
just
Al
came
fun.
on. Yeah,
All
he's
right.
doing an APA. I'll tell you what. How about we cut this
Let's
off and we can go.
go bomb Al Red Sox fan, guys.
All
Let's
right,
do it. Tim, thank you
no
for coming
problem.
on.
Thank you.
David, everybody, thank you. Let's go see Al Red Sox fan. Let's go say hi. See you guys over there. Good night.
Good night.